Maxi går le droit.
Allô?
Nice.
Let me just unmute my
Alright.
mic as well, and let's jump into, say, this perspective of sadly just me at the moment, because and the poll is no longer relevant since, well, let's just say that the poll was linked to another game. But I could nonetheless do a poll for who do you think will win this game. But right now, I don't think we'll spend energy and time into this. So let me just remove it and jump back in here. Yeah. So hello everyone. How are you all doing tonight? I'm not alone today. We do have a guest. I'll let you introduce yourself. Are you speaking? I'm not hearing you. No, you're not speaking. Okay.
Oh, hello, hello.
Yeah, mics are on. And I was just thinking, since we're only lacking or missing a player in the orange team, instead of just having this repetitive waiting screen, let's just jump into it, warm the crowd up before it starts. So yeah, I was thinking you could introduce yourself, since people to some extent will know me. Yeah, of course, the players that have been told I will be um, peop for the people that just got the notif that I'm streaming their game, they won't be knowing me. But for those who are in my community, they know who I am. They don't really know you. So, do you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. My name is Drefro, aka Jenna. Most people call me by that name. I am a caster alongside here with Hans today. I'm not an ESL caster quite yet, but I do cast for a lot of console leagues like AG, CGL, MMG, all those types of acronyms. So it's basically I'm more of a console caster, but I also have been making the slight transition to PC, and hopefully I'll be able to cast ESL with Hans and maybe on my own soon. So
Well, that's great.
glad to
Out of
be along.
curiosity, so yeah, I know that the one thing that you're doing here is you're grabbing clips, and every time you have a good cast, you record it, you log it somewhere because you want to do an ESL application and try to get into ESL yourself. How well along are you towards this goal? Are you almost done, or are you still you just do you still missed this one good clip?
Yeah, I think I actually am looking for a couple more clips for a full application, but as of right now, I don't think it's actually completely done. I would like to, add as much as I possibly can. So hopefully this NA Cup I'll be able to pick up a couple more and maybe round out my application.
Well, that'd be great indeed. The players in game have been talking to one another, well, among themselves, with the text-based chat feature, so I'm not hearing them talk. And yeah, since I was busy managing the stream, starting this off and everything, I haven't quite seen what was happening here. And you may not be just able to see it, but the timer is down to 13 minutes. So we've been sitting here quite a while. They're restarting. Okay, so they're saying restarting. I was wondering, so you remember the one time we were sitting there for half an hour and they ended up contesting because of the long delays? And I was wondering
Oh.
if it was going to be the same thing again. But no, apparently the one guy is just restarting the game just to be sure to have ESL wire. Because even though you lost, if you try to protest and you don't have ESL wire running, you insta lose. So this is why the players are going to be extra cautious around the anti-cheat software running in the background. Nonetheless, there we go. He is back. Amani is back. And the one thing I'd like to do, and sometime it just so happens to be a bit of a problem for me. How do we pronounce, or how do we say these gamer tags out loud? I will just jump into, let's say, this perspective, and let's try them out together so we don't end up stuttering mid-game later on. So we'll call him JJ. That's fairly easy. We can also take a look at the levels of the players and have an idea of what kind of gameplay we can expect to see. This is Godzi. I've met him in Elan, actually. And so the orange team would be ready. Blue team. I'm still waiting for ready from the blue team.
I think actually one of the only gamer tags that I'm looking at. I mean, your head is a
Yep.
little bit in the way for one of the names, but
Go ahead.
yeah, it was Kyoto, and then Zimbo,
Zinbu. Yeah, alright, so they're ready, so
Zimbu.
let's start the game. The one thing you will
Alrighty.
notice, and it was kind of my mistake on that, orange team will be attacking first. Oh, and I believe I did not. Let me just make sure I didn't mess one thing up. It feels convoluted because I didn't remove that overlay from my own comps before enabling this one. So yeah, the operative bands will be done in the reverse order because the orange team's attacking first. So I messed up the names, players swapped sides, and I was like, do you want me to put the attacking team's name in the blue team? They said, no, just switch it up in the game settings, which will give us these unusual ban orders and, well, roles.
Alrighty, well, yeah, just going straight into the match. We do have border, so that is quite it's quite the level-headed map. We've already talked about this multiple times. It's a very back and forth type of map that we've seen. We've seen a lot of comeback situations on this map, so we'd like to see a little bit more of that possibly in the coming game we do have here. But Jackal and Nomad are going to be taking out a play. Both logical picks coming from these guys, considering Nomad's utility as well as Jackal's. You want to have the ability to play free and be able to roam on the map. So I do give them that one. And Echo is going to be our next band. So yeah, another plant denial operator that you do want to take out of play the first chance you can get, because he is such a viable operator for both teams to be able to use. So again, very good biological choice from them. And then Clash, yeah. That's more of a target ban. Clash isn't an operator that people do want to have to deal with. Again, she's just an annoyance. She can slow down time for everybody, and you have to know how to deal with her. And of course, these guys just don't seem to want to deal with her.
So yeah, none of these bands are quite unusual, and none of these bands do speak or do tend to hint towards a innovative meta. Some teams will try to come up with their own strats, and some other teams will just pick the usual slash mostly known strat and try to perfect it as much as possible. I think, just looking at these bands, that the latter will be what will be happening today. Nonetheless, Army Lockers and Archives will be the first defense, which is quite obvious. Why would you go anywhere else? The one thing I want to point out is that by the attacker on the attacking side, we will have a Monty. So this is something we don't see every time, as the game PC's audio is way too loud. This should fix it.
Yeah, so, yeah, a good thing to note is that the attacking team does not have a Thatcher, so they don't have really any type of utility denial onto the defense. Even though they don't really have a Bandit being put into play, so they don't really have anything to prevent a hard breach, but it is still a good idea to bring the Thatcher for, being able to block that type of utility, especially with the Jaeger, the smoke, and maybe an IQ even, though, to spot out that pulse, but so far they have nothing. So hopefully, we'll be able to see how that can influence the attack as well as the defense.
So the one thing you said, you pointed out the absence of Bandit or Kaid. I'd like to point out of Thatcher. Sorry, I'd like to point out the absence of both Bandit and Kaid, which would have made a Thatcher redundant and more or less useless. Nonetheless, so you don't have the one guy, you don't have the counter to this one guy, which leaves more opportunity for different types of gadgets on either sides. So no one will be inherently advantaged or disadvantaged by the absence of these operators, basically. Hypers, however, will be put down right here. So Famine was roaming. He's not at the end of his trials, though. Obviously, we will be trying to revive Hypers, and Famine barely doesn't know where the pressure is going to be coming from, and he is Missing an opportunity here for a runout that would have given him 2 easy kills. Should have used the cardiac sensor a bit sooner.
Yeah, unfortunate for him, but it is going to lead in a revive for that Sledge. So, yeah, new vitality for him as he does get put into play, and another kill coming for the attacker. So it is a 3-5 situation with about 135 left in the round. Now, with Smoke kind of roaming his way through the CCTV room, it doesn't seem like it has been taken over yet. This is definitely more of an office archives type of execute, which is what I do love to see from these attacking teams, putting a little bit of versatility. But another kill and 2 more kills for the attacking team. Just 1 more to go with a 1v5 situation. Mira gets 1, gets another 1v4. Oh my gosh, she doesn't even get the person. It's like she has like 1 health left, and a plant is going to be going down. Mira does throw a C4, doesn't exactly get it to where she wants it, but at a 1v3 now with an engagement against Monty. Yeah, she's being held off and finally gets killed. So she does get taken down, unfortunately, by the attackers. But it was a good run. It was a good run for her.
So, yeah, really nice play. The one thing that would have made it even better, Monty was planting the diffuser behind a soft wall. So, had there been some sort of a camera, Valkyrie wasn't in the composition, but had there been some sort of intel to indicate to her that the wallbang was possible, I imagine how it would have gone if the diffuser wasn't being planted or if that C4 had gone through. It was being tossed a bit too high, and I believe the replays are playing in reverse order, so I will have to inverse that setting next round, as this will be counterintuitive to see what happened here.
Yeah, so it was a big fault on the defenders here. We did have the Jaeger going down in about the first 30 seconds of the round, as well as the pull. So that was about 2 roamers taken down for the defending team right off the bat. So not very not very viable roam for these defenders, but they still nevertheless were able to take a couple picks off after that 1v5 situation that Mira was able to get a couple of picks for her team. Ultimately was not able to clutch the situation even with a 1v5, but you know, great try on her part, and good skill for them a whole round.
So this round we'll be seeing a very similar composition, with the one difference being JJ will be playing Vigil mainly. So he won't be able to wallbang too much, but he seems to be going for a more of a sneaky roam instead of trying to actively challenge attackers and to try to stop them to go into the objective. He'll be trying to flank them, and Vigil's strength is his stealth. So he'll be playing this to his full advantage as the attackers are already pushing in. So Godzi seems to be the first one who will be actually receiving pressure. He's behind a soft wall. Should he be droned out, a wallbang would be very easy for one of the many attackers that are basically surrounding him, or he could go for a wallbang as well, but he will not want to compromise his position. As I say that, however, he shoots through the wall, which will be Hyper's way in. Good timing on his part. He now has full control of Office, gets a second kill, and Monty will be pushing in towards OBJ. Tripsy is not blinded, but he will be put down as well. Armani gets in, gets another kill. This will be putting enormous pressure on the defenders. Kyoto, sorry, again, the last player alive on his team in a 1v5 situation.
Oh my gosh, Plant is being put down, and the defenders were dropped like flies as the last kill does go to Habana. Yeah, she rushed in onto the Mira, same position for her, and yeah, able to spot her out and get the final kill. So yeah, I'd have to say though that the defenders just were dropped. I mean, absolutely, it was a just it wasn't a very good situation for them all in all, to be fair, but yeah, it was a very good office take from the Buck en route to the objective, as he was able to pick up a couple of frags for his team. And yeah, in this situation where he was able to get the kill through the rotate hole, so it doesn't really prove to the defenders any real value in having that rotate there. It really is helping out the attackers more so than anything. So hopefully they'll be able to choose something a little bit different they want to do in terms of strategy of Fountain rather than putting a rotate hole in the middle of red next
In
time around.
Indeed, as you're saying, it is a double-edged sword. So they've opened up the line of sight, but they weren't using it. The attackers, every was using it against them. So after two failed defenses upstairs, they will ask themselves, do we really want to go through this again? Answer will be no, and they'll be defending the first floor by the server room and workshop this time. Let's see. Obviously, top floor is always important, but different teams will be putting different amounts of resources towards defending it. So JJ was coming up here to put the ring necked. Okay, so that's the name of the elite gadget. He'll be putting a couple of ring necks upstairs, but he won't be staying. Unlike Godzi, let's check if he's alone. It seems to be the case. He seems to be alone, but he's not the only roamer, as Famine is here by customs, and JJ is coming towards him.
Yeah, so this would be a very normal strategy for the defending team to have a little bit of roam game for themselves. So hopefully they'll be able to capitalize on it a little bit more so than they have been doing the previous rounds. And yeah, it does look like another office take for the attacking team. So hey, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So yeah, they are just trying to get their best way into archives right now. It does seem like Godzi is kind of getting a little he's getting a little bit pressured here with the bug coming into an engagement, but Blaze does get a kill and another refrag for the attacking team, all in quick succession with one another. Blaze does drop down to prevent himself from getting killed, but JJ capitalizes on his roam game here with a kill on the Buck, a big fragger for the, or I believe kill on the Habana, big fragger for the attacking team. So yeah, Jaeger drops down to get a little bit of security for himself, and Blaze with another kill through the floor. So wow, these guys are going absolutely crazy with the kills that they're getting. I mean, strategy, eh? And wow, more refracts going down, so it's gonna be Zofia getting the kill onto Castle. Wow, alright, with about 1/3 left on the clock, these guys do still have a good window to set up, get back to the objective, and possibly execute a plan for in terms of the attackers. So it is going to be Zofia with a low amount of health and Monty with the diffuser in hand. So they do know they have a diffuser. They can plant the bomb if they do so wish. But another engagement for Maestro as he does get the kill on Zofia. And it's going to be Monty left to have to defend himself. And he doesn't get the kill as Maestro does take the advantage on him. Gets a knife kill through the shield, unfortunately. Poor the Monty. Yeah, straight through the shield. Unfortunate.
Oh, Hypers has lost the connection. This is not good for them either. What I quite enjoyed this game, or this round, should I say, was the great fluidity in the defender's side. So we would end there. Okay, let me just fix this once and for all. Are they asking for a rehost? No, he just came back. Let's... Oh, it's at random. Okay, this is why. Okay, the playlist was set to random. This is why they seem out of order. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, so the defense here was really interesting in the way that you had, for example, Bandit, who was upstairs. He defended. He died defending, but then Jaeger went back up, got a couple of kills, jumped down. As he jumps down, attackers will be keeping their focus on him if they can pick him off while he's still under the hatch, for example. And at this very moment, you'd have, for example, Castle, who'd walk back upstairs. So they were doing great rotations between one another, and this was offsetting the attack. And the attackers were just not ready for this, which led to eventually having the Death Row's first win.
Yeah, it did seem like a more of an early and very hasty foothold into office, which led to a lot of kind of they had a lot of hesitation with the way that they were pushing. They didn't really know exactly quite what they were doing, and because of that, they did get taken advantage of, especially on the roam with the Jaeger and the Castle. You know, it was quite the game, or quite the round at least, for the Jaeger and the Castle, as they were able to get quite a good flank and play off of the attacker's disadvantage, which was really, in essence, intel. So good on them definitely for being able to bring back that round. But we do see one kill coming for Blaze. Looked like it was an early spawn peak, so it's gonna be Buck down again. One of the biggest fraggers for the attacking team, and maybe, hopefully, for the defending side, it will prevent them. And another kill now for Valkyrie, as she does try to make a run out. Doesn't get a kill, unfortunately for her. And now it puts us in a 5v3 situation with the first 3 seconds of the round. So a little bit hasty from the attackers now, as they already are into Brick Room and do have CCTV control, but yeah, they do look like a lot of pressure is going to be applied to these attackers, seeing as it is a 5v now 2 situation with JJ getting one more kill to round off what is most likely going to be a defender-sided round, and another kill for the defending team. Just they're not stopping here with a 1v5 now situation. Jaeger trying to get the kill, and he does commit to getting a final kill for a flawless round for his team.
And this is the second flawless round we've seen so far. So the first one was, of course, for the Avery team, and now Death Row got a flawless for themselves as well. It seems to be a very one-sided game. For every round seems to be one-sided. Let's put it this way. So no matter who gets the first early picks of the round, this team seems to be winning the round no matter what, which would put a lot of emphasis on either early rushing or early spawn peeking. As we could see here, Buck, played by Hypers, got picked off very early on, and he was supposed to be this great anti-roamer who would push defenders into some other part of the map where they could be easily picked off by the other attackers. But his early demise was the doom of his team, apparently.
Yeah, unfortunately, the round did go to the defenders. So what it seems like to me, what we're looking at here, is when the defending team can get a pick early, or necessarily the attacking team can get a pick early, it just really all goes down to the individual engagements played out right at the beginning of the round. You know, it's like you you hit the foundation right at its knees, right at the beginning, so the attackers can't make any hasty moves. They can't really be very decisive in what they want to do early round. They can't really form up and get a good foundation going for a possible attack or a possible strategy for the round, and because of that, they kind of get shorthanded and unfortunately aren't able to win their engagements. They kind of get intel really taken away from them in that way.
So if we want to talk about this round, the one thing that's going to be interesting, we have both Thermite Thatcher and Hibana. So any and every reinforced wall that the attackers put their mind to opening, they should be able to. So no bandit will be right behind the wall. Bandit tricks will be impossible, and this will leave us with Godzi, only player really in the area to repel the attack, which comes really quickly. Here DK gets put down very early on, but Godzi just leaves the area, which will allow Hypers to come in. Tripsy is now in the supply room. He's planting, so defenders will have to come back really quickly. Koyo will do just that, tries to come in through the window, does not work. All of that leaves us with Hypers in a 1v4 situation. And he was wary of every angle, but you only have one gun. You can only aim it at one direction at a time, which allowed Blaze to come from above. And that one tap.
Yeah, unfortunate one tap for the defenders, but it will leave the attackers now at a 2-3, I believe, disadvantage. So, yeah, they aren't really in the best graces of this game right now, but hopefully they'll be able to bring it back. But wow, looking back at that round, that was absolute chaos. Just even looking back at the replays, it was quite the round. Would have to say, quite the chaotic round.
I'm quite surprised how it turned out, given that the attackers were able to get into objective really quickly, that the only defender who was in the area basically left and abandoned his post. Nonetheless, the results are here. So this will be putting us at an advantage for the blue team. Death Row, who lost the first 2 rounds in a spectacular way, are slowly but surely coming back. And this will be their last round defending before we have the role swap.
So let's see if the attacking team can possibly pull a comeback here onto this round to put us at a 3-3 split. So yeah, like I was saying, this is a very level-headed map. We have talked about this before with the strategies applied on this map and to the objectives here. So I think it really is very objective based where these teams have been going, and a lot of really momentum for the defending team, especially with, the 2 rounds they've lost. They said, you know what, guys, let's change up our strategy, let's change up the situation. They went downstairs, got the momentum, and were even able to defend top floor, I believe, if I'm correct. They were able to successfully defend top floor after they won out workshop, and yeah, it was quite the game for them so far. But one interesting thing that we have been seeing is that there it has been no bandit up until this point. Obviously, with the thermite last time around, they did have to rethink that strategy, but yeah, there's now bandits being put into play, thankfully. So yeah, we are going to be seeing a lot of denial for the hard breach, while Buck out here is he's trying to prevent it a little bit as much as he possibly can, but more kills, all in rapid succession, coming from the attackers and the defenders, it seems. Wow, 3-3 situation already within the first minute or so of the game. So, yeah, Jaeger, Kapkan, and now it seems like, I believe
Yeah,
it
Hypers.
was Thermite going down?
It was Buck.
Or
Buck went
was it
down.
Sophia? Buck. Alright, I gotcha. Yeah, so that was quite the engagements there, all very quickly. So we do have a lot of utility down for the attacking side now. And again, a little bit more utility down for the defending side, but the utility does seem to be expended already, unfortunately. So yeah, no impact trick here for the castle. So that's going to be opened up from office. So quick, yeah, a very quick office execute, hopefully for this Habana, as she does make her way throughout the walls.
The one.
As it's gonna be kill. Yes, it's 1 kill and another quick kill for the Maestro, putting him at low health. So it does seem like Habana actually does have a possible chance at winning out this round if she does get enough intel from the other attackers. Maybe she might be able to get the quick kills and
But
possibly
she's
win out.
pinged, and that's not gonna do it. Was there a
Unfortunate.
Valkyrie? No, there was a Maestro, but I don't believe his Evil Eye would have been placed in such a way to ping this position. So probably it was just the building's camera who had not been yet destroyed. So this would have been an easy mistake on the attacker's part, which would have cost them this wallbang who ended up causing the end of the round. The one thing I'd like to point out was we had Hibana and Thatcher who were both alive at the very end. So even though a lot of utility was lost, the good combo, or the important combo, was still up, but they were not working together. Thatcher was putting pressure on his own side, was not able to get any kills, ended up dying, whilst Hibana got the pick here on Castle, but was not able to push any further than that. So yeah, I do understand why they tried to encircle the objective and put pressure on both sides, but at the end of the day, they still did not really work together in that situation. And by now we do have the role swap, so of course the every team will now be defending, and Death Row will start attacking.
Yeah, so it is going to be, like you said, the role swap coming for the now attackers, with Death Row coming with now a Thatcher, Thermite, Gridlock, Sophia, and Twitch. So looking at that composition, we are definitely going to see, well, Mute Jammer taking out a play there, but we are going to definitely see a lot of utility, a lot of flank watch, a lot of good, I guess, gadget gadget denial for the attackers with the Thatcher as well as the Twitch. So they do have a lot to fall back on in terms of gadgets in case if one of the attackers does get taken off or picked off very early in the round. So we do love to see that being put into play, but yeah, it does seem like Giger is going to be going for a break room roam. He doesn't get spotted out on the drone, so he might be able to get a quick kill at the beginning of the round here, possibly.
I don't
We
know
are
if the
going to
drone had seen
see.
him.
Oh, it's not gonna be a kill for him as he does get taken off very quickly. It was a very aggressive peek. Yeah, it was a very wide swing for him to take that away, but he did get killed, and that is going to be some utility and I guess gun skill down for the defending side. Unfortunate with about a minute left on the clock. These guys do have a lot of options here.
However, pressure will already be coming on the objective, so this objective wall being breached within 1 minute does seem to be a good indicator for the attacking team death row in this instance here. Twitch will be tasing, giving intel, Kyoto gets an easy kill, leaving us in a 3-5 situation. Defenders on site will be fewer and fewer as Zinbu here gets pushed back by these spikes. How do you call them in English? What's this gadget's name? Can you remind me? They're called track stingers. There you go. So the track stingers were pushing Mira back and back, and she could no longer try to go for these aggressive peaks, which caused her to be passive, and that ended up being her downfall.
All right, so yeah, I wasn't able to get a look at the last part of that round, unfortunately, but wow. So did the round go down for the attackers or the defenders? I
For the
believe it was
attackers.
the
So
attackers.
yeah,
So
so I will just do the the recap in this case. Within 1 minute, the outdoor wall was breached, so this was really good for the attackers. And then these track stingers were preventing the remaining defenders of doing anything aggressive. So you could no longer peek anybody who was entering. You had to fall back and just try to stay alive, which ended up just not working. Pushing defenders into a passive playstyle is just not a good thing for them. So Gridlock was being used to the most of her capabilities here, which was, well, good for them. And Death Row this way wins their 5th round. All in all, they're bringing Gridlock to the table, something that Every never did. And it seems to be working out great so far. Although our sample is limited to a single round, if they can do the same thing over and over again, they seem to be on a good path towards victory, which would be a bit disappointing for the Every team. Once again, they won the first 2 rounds, so it was a 2-0. They had a good momentum going, and they just lost everything since.
yeah, so their momentum unfortunately got shut down very quickly by the Death Row team with now a 5-2 scoreline lead. So maybe they might be able to pull it back. I don't really see it in the cards for them, unfortunately, but we will have to see as these couple defending rounds are going to be executed here, but with a little bit of damage coming in for the mute, unfortunate. So he's going to be half health down now with the obvious advantage coming for the attackers, seeing as they all do have 100 health compared to that mute. But he is going to be sitting in the objective, so he might be able to play passive and get a couple kills. Now, Twitch walking into the objective does get spotted by the Legion trap, so that is intel for the defending team. They do know where that Twitch is, and yeah, she does retreat down metal stairs, so not a good kill for her. But Twitch does get taken out very early at the bottom of metal stairs by Hypers, so that pulse does come into handy, as well as the intel with the Legion traps. Now we do see a little bit of a peek here onto the hatch from Gridlock. She does know where that pulse is, well, the general area, but doesn't get the kill. And Elite is going to grab a pick for the Bandit now with a 4v4 situation in hand. It does seem very even with about 1:30 left on the clock. Breach is going to be open, so it does give the attackers a possible pathway now into the objective with only Legion holding the lockers. So they might be able to get a definite plant down with Gridlock getting a kill onto the Legion. She did know where he was, and more track stingers might be put down, even though actually there isn't any track stingers that the Gridlock can put down, unfortunate. But yeah, plant does have the ability to be put down for sure with the 3v2 situation, not a 2v2 situation, all the chaos of it, with a 1v2, with Hypers getting even more kills coming up from the flank, and Trippy, or Tripsy? I believe, getting the final kill for the, or sorry, it is Trippy getting the final kill for the defending team to win off the round.
Okay, yeah, okay. Red Shop was just laughing at the mute to destroy his jammer. I'm having so many audio issues lately. For example, yesterday, literally, whenever I would have the replays, my co-caster would be lagging his audio. So I was very paranoid here. But yeah, this caused me to miss the roughly half of the round. But it seems to be a standard push at this point. So we would have the previous attacking team did always push from office, whereas here the push always comes from security, CCTV, and the subsequent balcony, and it seems to be more or less working. Nonetheless, this one attack failed, and since we have the first win on the defensive side since the rule swap, every will now be defending the first floor by the workshop and the ventilation room.
Yeah, so we do get put in a 5-3 scoreline, so definitely one round. One round for the defending side, so they might be able to pull it back. Hopefully they will be able to pull the few rounds that they actually can get back, especially now that they are defending with a little bit now more of a advantage for them, obviously seeing as this is technically a defense-sided game, but all in all, they might be able to create some momentum for their team. That is the hope, and that is the outcome that we would love to see happen.
However, this time with the roaming games, Hypers obviously is not going to be staying put on site. We saw his gameplay. He is not an anchor by any stretch of the imagination, but he is not playing Pulse. Nobody is this round, and we remember how efficient he was at feeding intel to his team. Didn't quite get the C4 as far as I remember, but he still was proving to be very useful. Him not playing Thermite, Pulse, sorry, will be very interesting as we have here another kill for Famine. This is going to be looking very good for the attackers. Objective is downstairs, so even though the attackers are in the armory part of the building, they're not on OBJ quite yet. It is nonetheless
Wow.
going to be a 2-4 situation very early on.
Yeah, so a very lucrative play coming from Twitch. She was able to get both of the defenders in the armory. So, wow, that was quite the round for Twitch already. She does have a triple kill under her belt already. Can't get the ace, unfortunately, now with a 2v4 situation, but nevertheless, there is going to be more kills coming for the smoke now with a 3v2 situation, and we might be able to see a comeback situation this round with a now 5-4, maybe 5-4 scoreline. But yeah, we will be seeing the Thatcher devices go into the bomb site and a plant for the Thatcher with the Buck watching above him. So he does have a little bit of support. Jaeger trying to go through the rotate hole. Buck just completely shuts him down, drops him like a fly. Another kill for the smoke now. But the Buck is definitely watching from above. The Thatcher does not get killed from inside of the objective, is able to jump out with Buck still watching above. And the Thatcher is now holding more of a passive angle than anything else. And Buck does come in to capitalize the kill from the smoke. So a good round for the attackers. And really, in recap, we do see a great deal of situations for them. A great individual plays from them, and great to just all in all, what I have to say.
Is that the previous round? Yeah, it is the previous round. For some reason, they weren't deleted. So let's just jump back into the comms screen. Sorry about that. I was having a couple of paranoia moments. So yeah, really nice round. The defenders lost way too many players. So every team lost way too many players defending the armory. Room, which led to a very unbalanced defense for the objective itself. However, Death Row weren't able to play their advantage to its full extent. As you may remember, the comeback was slowly but surely happening until they planted the diffuser. Then the pressure came on the defense again, and this ended up being too much for the two remaining players. as Tripsy will be injured a bit by the Twitch drone, but he has lost too much HP to be just one simple taser. Either he was tased twice, or one of his teammates shot him in the foot trying to shoot the drone.
Unfortunate, unfortunate situation, but regardless, we are going to be seeing a 6-3 scoreline, so match point situation for the attacking team in the lead here now. But hopefully we can see a comeback this round with a bit of a different composition. Now Mozzie getting put into play, so something a little bit different is going to be drone-sized intel for the defending team. So maybe, possibly, a couple more picks for them will just do the trick. And again, no pulse is going to be played here, so no real-time intel for the defending team unless you're going to be talking about drones. But so far, no drones onto the Zofia from the Mozzie, so she does have free entrance into the office, now to the archives. Hopefully Mozzie knows that she is there. She doesn't know that she's there, and she gets the capital kill onto him. But with another engagement, Thermite is able to watch his corners, gets the kill on the bandit, and we already have a 5v3 situation in the first minute of the game with now only Mute, Jaeger, and Vigil alive. Mute does seem to be coming up, inching his way up the metal stairs, trying to hold a passive angle as to where the attackers are, but more kills. Just absolutely dominating now. The Gridlock is going to be getting a kill on the Jaeger, and another kill for Mute this time around onto the Gridlock. So good refrag for his team onto metal stairs now with top floor full control for the attackers, but another kill. Unfortunate that. I believe that was a wallbang this time around. And Vigil's left to have to defend in the wake of his team's destruction. Does the Twitch, and he gets taken down because of it in all complete rapid succession. And I believe that is the game right there. Yep, that
Yep.
is a very GG game. So Death Row is going to take the dub on that one. Unfortunate for, I believe, was it Every? That was
Uh,
the,
yeah. The every Tukane, which is a French team name, will be removed from the tournament. And I believe we have one of the players who will be playing against our guys who is here tonight in the chat. Yeah. So. There is a 4.5 minutes delay, so sorry for everyone who we don't respond to right off the bat. I believe Beast Rope, so you do see the chat right on the right hand side of the screen. Beast Rope he is a player from the for the opposing team here, and I had been asked as well if there's gonna be a replay. So yes, there will. Replay. There we
alright.
go. Let's just go into this perspective, which is going to be a bit nicer to look at instead of just looking at the main screen or the main lobby screen. So all in all, what were your impressions on this game?
My impressions on this game were that actually the every team was able to get a couple rounds. They were able to pull some momentum up for their team, but Death Row unfortunately came in as the underdogs and won out the game. So yeah, every only able to get one more round outside of the first two rounds, which was a bit of a surprise, honestly, to me. A bit of a definite surprise that they were only able to get 3 rounds out of the whole game, but regardless, it was quite a game for every. They did try their hearts out, and I would have to say kudos for them because they were quite the quite the team still.
So have we? I don't believe we've cast Refrag before, but their gamer tag or their team name seems familiar to me. We must have considered casting one of their games in a previous go4. So yeah, they will be playing against Death Row in this case, and we will be following them. So we'll be casting the next upcoming match as well, which is what I'm
Alrighty.
just tagging at the moment. I'll be officially announcing it to them and to other ESL shoutcasters to make sure that nobody steals our game. There we go.
Alrighty, well, I am going to take a bit of an intermission here to go grab a drink real quick. I will be back very soon, but yes, I shall have to take a quick, like, 2-3 minute break here. I will be
No
right back
worries.
for you.
The game will not be starting in the next 2 to 3 minutes, so you have nothing to worry about, and I will be awaiting your return. So yeah, in the meantime, let's prepare, or let's just make sure if we've had followers or anything since we don't show them mid game. Bizarro R6, thank you for following the channel. Welcome in the community, and all in all, it's nice to have you. Let's just create the next lobby, CUS, and as a spectator. Have the guys finished the map ban so far? Apparently not. I can nonetheless still invite them already to the custom match. We'll just set the right map as soon as we've figured out which map we'll be playing. Oh, I'll have to add you as a friend first. And you guys' gamer tags are not the same as on ESL, so I will have to wait for you guys to add me as a friend. Or Bears is here. There you go. So yeah, all in all, I would expect the guys. So Monstrix says GG. Yeah, it's a GG to them. Really great game we've had here. Quite unfortunate that the Death Row team was taken so easily by the every team was taken so easily. Once again they had won the first 2 rounds, so it was looking good for them, but they lost all momentum that they've had and were never able to regain the initiative in this case, which was unfortunate to say the least. So let's take a look at the game. Do they? No, they have not yet finished the map, and I get it. The previous match has not been officially uploaded, or the results of the previous match do not appear to have been officially announced quite yet. So this would be why we don't have the map ban quite yet. So I think I'll kick us into the intermission screen since there's not much going on so far. We have to wait for we have to wait for the last game's results to be uploaded and confirmed before we can move on to the map ban for the next round. So yeah, I will put us into the intermission screen, and we'll be back as soon as possible. Thank you guys for being here, and we'll see you shortly. Let's just put this text in English, and there we go. All right, so we are back just in time to answer Matroska's question. Let me just grab the link for the official ESL casters. Um, I prefer to answer with text because of the 4.5 minutes delay, which is mandated by ESL. So yeah, sorry if you see me typing like 4.5 minutes in the future. However, there's one thing that we'll have to do, and it is to change up the team names. As Avery is no longer here with us, it will be the Refrag team instead. And I had checked really quickly. I don't remember the exact number. Not United Emirates, not United Kingdom either. United States. Thank you. There we go. And let's reset the operator bands and let's invite the players. There we go. And Godzi can be invited as well. Monster and Ro will receive an invite. Or F, sorry. There we go. And there we go. Okay. So what were we talking about? Or I had a conversation starter in mind, but I seem to have forgotten it. Oh yeah. So if we look at the seed, let me just pull that up real quick. Because if I'm not mistaken, Death Row has been seeded 9th. And if we take a look at Refrag, they've been seeded 73rd. So that would indicate a certain skill unbalance here. We'll be wishing best of luck to both teams. But according to ESL's matchmaking, one of the teams seems to have a better chance of winning than the other. Let's just put it that way. Nonetheless, I will have to ask. So we're playing Clubhouse, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, which so happens to be the first in the rotation.
Blaze.
My in-game mic is broken, which is very annoying. Monster says us. Okay, so this would refrag. All right, so the refrag team will have the blue team, and the death row will have the orange team. There we go. The players seem to be ready. Are you ready? I certainly am. So let's go, basically.
I just unjoined the CCS Women's League. I did have to take my team out. So, yes, I am back. Sorry for that, but hello, hello, hello.
Yeah,
Sorry, I
you're there,
wasn't
you're there.
talking there.
Yeah, I was not answering. I was just letting you talk. So you're doing good. Keep on going.
Alrighty, so Clubhouse Overlook as a map. I would have to say that Clubhouse is definitely, with the new metas, with the cash meta, the arsenal meta, I would have to say it is a lot more defense-sided in these coming seasons rather than attack-sided. With maps such as Border and Coastline. Um, very more level-headed maps for the attack to actually have a chance at winning, but yeah, nonetheless, I would have to say though that this map does have a lot of opportunity for roam, regardless of, uh, how well the attack can hold down a certain position, how well they can have flank denial. There is still going to be a lot of opportunity for the defense team to maybe get some picks in the early parts of the rounds, and I would love to see it as much as possible because as we saw the last game, it was a lot of early frags would dictate how well the performance of each team would work together and how well they would mesh together. So maybe we'll be able to see a little bit of both from that side, from that point at least.
Interestingly, the two defending operators that will be banned are heavy operators, 3 armor operators. So should there be one team that really likes anchoring and that is not too keen on the roaming playstyle, This heavy defense will be stifled a little bit with the removal of both Echo and Mira. However, Maestro will still be there. The one thing that is quite odd to me is that we're going gym and bedroom instead of going cash and CCTV for the very first round. Obviously, the death row team can pick any bomb site they want, and they're going with gym.
Yeah, a definite castle strat for Gym Bedroom is going to be needed to win out this round. So it is good that they are having the, proactivity to bring a castle rather than a vigil, a more roaming operator. So yeah, looking at gym and bedroom, it is a very open concept type of site in the new meta of it. You are able to see gym. It is a lot more visible than it once was with the new strategies that teams usually set up. They do have a lot of rotates and impact holes into the gym. It is very visible from the logistics hallway or from the bathroom hallway at least. And with the increased visibility gives a lot more angles for really both sides to take part in, and hopefully we will be able to see a lot of engagements from those types of angles and from those types of situations. I would like to see it.
So we're definitely going to be playing an extended defense. We had Godzi, and right now Famine is putting down jammers. As Castle is putting the barricade, there we go. So we do have, which is standard at this point, a couple of reinforced walls and castle barricades by cash room. This indicates a meta that implies that they will be holding this angle instead of just barricading it off. Kyoto here just rotating in front of Extension, but Extension does not get the kill. First blood here goes for the Death Row team.
Yeah, so it is going to be onto the Ash, a big entry fragger for the attacking team. Unfortunately, she does get taken down, so that is definitely a lot of utility and a lot of fragging power down for the attacking team with now a 4v5 situation and a more strategized, really, cash hold now that this team can pull with the castle strap definitely being put into play. And now, oh my gosh, a double kill coming from Godzi right off the bat here. It is going to be more kills for the defending team, putting us into a situation very quickly. So with about 145 left on the clock, we are going to see the Zofia left having to defend herself now, just kind of having to survive the death row team. But an engagement between Zofia and Bandit likes to turn with Zofia being victorious, but she does get taken down, unfortunately. Yeah, that definitely was not a round. That was going to be won by Zofia. Does get shot through the drone hole and does get taken away, but yes, first round is definitely going to be going down for the Death Row team. And interestingly enough, these two teams are going to be USA teams, so it is two nations going against one another. Both obviously both with the same orientation, and I do like to point that out though, because last game was, I believe, Canada versus USA. So
Indeed, yes.
yeah, so two nations definitely divided, but this time around is going to be the same nation.
Ping could be to some extent a factor as well. So the default server is Center US, so CUS servers will be the one we'll be playing, and obviously Canada is a bit more to the north than the center of the US. So right here we could expect a better team on average on either teams, which will even out the playing field as much as possible. And there we go for the second time. I didn't have much replays. For the second time, this pretty much unavoidable death. You don't really expect somebody to be watching the drone hole. You don't act to protect yourself against it. But in this situation, Zofia should have went a different route, even though if it meant going against the one rumor that was setting himself up in garage.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was really an unescapable, unavoidable death for the Zofia. She wasn't necessarily going to win out the round either way with a 1v4 situation. She did have low health as well, so yeah, the odds were just stacking up against her, and it was really the mute that was able to finish her off and end off the suffering, the unfortunate suffering of the unfortunate attacker. But we do get put into a new round and a new set of capabilities for each team as we are going to be going bottom floor, Arsenal, with a bandit roaming. So with no sight, actually, interestingly enough, with no sight. He hasn't been running a sight this whole game so far. And he might be able to get a couple kills, might not be able to get a couple kills. I feel like, honestly, using a sight, just talking about it, using that sight doesn't really grant you a very good advantage. It's not a very good situation to put yourself in. It doesn't really it's not a long range sight, obviously the iron sight, but who knows, might be able to get a couple frags off of it. Hopefully he will be able to come out successful as he does retreat back to Moto and eventually Church and all of his iron sight glory.
So yeah, if we want to talk about sites a little bit, if you think about why you're actually using a hollow site or a red dot site, it is because the default sites are not transparent, so they will be blocking off some of your field of view. But the MP7's default middle sights are so minimalistic. They block off so little of your field of view that you don't really have to have a holo on the MP7. As we can see here, Kyoto getting a solid pick, well poised to get two more kills, gets another one. Monster gets a first kill as well. He'll be turning around, expecting Kyoto to come up behind him, but the floor ended up being his doom. The opening lines of sight is always a double-edged sword. Buck opened these up to cut off any rotation, but they ended up being turned against the attackers.
Unfortunate to get turned against the attackers like that, but nevertheless, it was a good kill from Kyoto. I believe a good couple set of kills, making him a definite MVP for the round. Yeah, we do see an early frag coming in from Jackal onto the Kaid. So that was one of the only defenders on the actual Arsenal site, with Kyoto trying to push up the stairs, get a couple frags. He does get a good frag onto the Jackal as well, onto the, I believe it was the Nomad or the IQ or Zofia. But yes, the Thermite puts himself into a 1v3 situation, but yeah, again, doom from floor. Death by floor was definitely not a good look for him, as the Kyoto man just picks up the final kill of the round. I believe putting him at a either triple or 4K.
And we'll be finally playing CCTV room and cache, so the one room we expected to see from the get-go will finally be picked. And both garage walls will be reinforced. We do have Kyoto playing Bandit, so I would expect nothing less than the standard meta at this point, and it is quite unfortunate for the Refrag team to lose a Twitch drone for nothing, basically, since this will make the Bandit trixing so much more likely to succeed. With 6 seconds remaining, we could expect to see the roamers heading out, but if we take a look at everybody, maybe Famine will not be returning on site, but he's not poisoning himself to do a spawn peek. Neither is Godzi, and Kyoto, the only other 3-speed, obviously will be remaining here for the Banditrix, so it does not seem to be a roam-heavy defense here for the Death Row team.
For sure. So, yeah, it does seem like more of a turtle strat, which is something that you can sort of expect from a CCTV hold, even though you do love to see a roam, nevertheless. But yes, it is going to be a first kill for the Gridlock. She does get put at very low health, and surprisingly enough, does have the diffuser. So, in the case that she does get taken down, she is very viable to get shot, and she doesn't have very much health to actually defend herself in the situation that she does get shot, which was actually the last encounter that she did take. But yes, it's going to be Castle that gets shot from the roam. He is getting pressured off of the bar, off of the actual bar situation here, but yeah, a kill for Castle comes in very quickly for him, as he does see a body through the wall, but does get refragged from stock, as Gridlock did make an aggressive push and a good idea on that. But Smoke, yes, he is going to be taking more engagements and doesn't necessarily seem to be able to control his recoil in the wake of that Sophia with the ACOG. With the ACOG, unfortunately, and does get a kill onto Kyoto, a big fragger for the defending team with a 2v2 situation, all in its chaotic glory coming in now. It is 1:15 left on the clock, and a good situation for a good window really for the attackers to make a push.
So the one thing that is really bad here, Smoke is already exhausting his smoke canisters, as the attackers are not even in a position to push site, since they do not have the diffuser. So Extension here is going for the rotation, gets the diffuser back up. However, obviously, any smoke canisters that have been tossed are no longer in effect right now. So Smoke only has the one canister and 40 seconds remaining. It's going to be tossed right here. The very last seconds of the round will be won or lost by a gunfight. Blaze gets another kill. Ro has successfully roamed back on Cash. Nice rotation here. Gets a kill. Diffuser is out of reach for him. He will have 24 seconds to go on on the offensive, since picking up the diffuser and planting is no longer viable. He'll be perma-pinged here, probably by a Evil Eye, and he's out of KS-79 to destroy it. Goes for the kill, manages to get Blaze very low, but Blaze with the LMG will remain alive. And did he get a 4K? I believe he did. Monstrous gameplay here. They were the defenders at a solid numerical disadvantage earlier in the round, and the nice double kill by Maestro evened out the playing fields, and he basically got the 4 last kills. It was no ace. It would have been announced had it been an ace, but all in all, nice comeback here by the orange team.
Yeah, it actually was quite the round for Orange Team. Maestro did get quite a lot of kills for his team with that very powerful, very good, high accuracy, really, LMG. And yeah, he just was able to position himself in such a way where kills just really came easy for him. And that really does go down to individual skill and knowing the situation at hand. Yeah, you did see that kill from Blaze F5, another kill for him, and a triple kill up until the end with Zofia, where he did get a quad kill. It was a 4K right there. Does get downed almost. Yeah, he actually almost gets downed. He does prone and gets right back up all the way at the end. Does see that Zofia coming and takes advantage of it. But yes, people are asking in the chat, are you a girl? Yes, I am a girl. I am a girl.
Yeah, this is quite a common question that you get.
It is. Yeah, people do love asking me what is my actual gender, but yeah, I'm a girl. I haven't really. Yeah.
So yeah, the one
uh,
thing to notice is you're not a 12-year-old. People would be asking what is a 12-year-old doing casting for ESL. It's not the case. Don't panic.
Definitely not the case.
Remain calm and carry on. This is exactly what's going to be happening here as the 4th round is starting. So yeah, oh, the wallbang here almost happened. JJ has lost a bit of health, but that is due to a Twitch drone, I believe, as the one who would have been fallen victim to this probably would have been Famine, and we can see he's still at full health. Twitch tossing the second drone, trying to go for the bandit batteries, gets one, and he will be going in for the kill. The shotgun gets a first frag. Will he be able to pick up the refrag? Apparently not. The run out here by Famine gets a solid kill, but oh no, Godzi stole his kill from the window by CCTV. Flavor gets a nice kill here on logistics, and it will enable him to step foot on the actual building, but no, Kyoto will get the refrag very swiftly here, leaving the remaining attackers in a 2v4 situation. With no easy way to open up these bandit batteries, Hibana cannot push this angle.
Yeah, so with about 1:30 left on the clock, they still do have quite a window of time to execute a possible plan. If they want to go into CC, if they want to go into cache, make it possible, execute onto one of the bomb sites, but they will have to do it very swiftly here if they want to get enough frags in order to win out the rounds. We do see Bandit holding on the hatch. So he is going to be holding where the Hibana will make a potential drop. She is going to drone out the site, drone out the logistics hallway, but does not see... Oh, now she does see the bandit, so she has the ability to drop, and yeah, now Bandit and Mute are kind of forming up. Hibana does drop, gets the kill on Bandit, but not sorry, gets kill on mute, but not the bandit at the end. And yeah, he did end up being her demise at the end of the round there with quite the kill.
Well, I believe, or it seems to me as if it is similar to the previous game that we've casted. The first picks, the early kills of the round, are so important, so indicative of which team is going to win it. As we could see here, some attackers were picked off very early on, and the disadvantage was just too much to come back from, which led to Flavor here being tagged by the Evil Eye camera, being attacked by the Evil Eye camera, putting so much pressure on him. He was an easy pick. All in all, Bears did what he could, but dropping off that hatch was way too predictable. In my opinion, he should have taken the kill he was able to get and tried for a different angle, because all advantage of surprise was by this point lost. And in a 1v4 situation, advantage of surprise is the advantage of a surprise is so important that he gave it up for not nothing, but close to nothing.
For sure. I would have to say that it is pretty essential to keep the, yeah, like you said, the advantage of surprise in your hands, because it does come very handy when you are trying to take down 3 people all at once, and they do have the ability to take the refrag on you, hold the different angles, and get the kills all at once, just like with ease, with complete ease. It does put us at a 4-0 scoreline for Death Row. So yeah, for sure, like you were saying, it does come down to a lot of early engagements, and the roam game has just been very on point, very tight for these guys, and they know their objective, they know how to execute it very beautifully, and for that I would have to say kudos to them, because the roaming from the Death Row team, especially from Bandit, a big MVP for this round, Kyoto, he has been playing very well, very good, yeah, for sure.
So this is going to be interesting. We see very little roam from the Death Row team, but the one notable exception here will be Godzi, who slowly but surely moved up. So by the first sweep of the drones, they saw nobody garage. He will get a first kill, will be refragged instantly though, and Kyoto will be moving in. During the confusion, gets a first pick. Will he get the second? Apparently not. Thermite, or Ash, sorry, was tossing the drone, so that put her to a little disadvantage. She was able to recover really quickly, and now she will be droning and trying to find a good way to get into the objective. However, Hibana has been picked off by the roamers here, so the hatches will remain unbreachable, and the attackers have no other choices but to walk down the staircases, which will make their attack so much more predictable. It is just not enough, however. Kaid gets it. Smoke in a 1v3 situation. Sorry, 1v2 right now. JJ gets a first kill. Diffuser is not in the hands of the attackers, so by now he is better off just holding the angles, holding the staircases, which is exactly what he's gonna do.
Yeah, it would be a very smart move for the smoke to form up on the diffuser, even though he is going to be getting jackal tracked here. So a lot of pressure, and hopefully he doesn't crack under this pressure, because he is getting a very aggressive push from the attackers. They do have control of Arsenal. They do have control of the hallway, it seems. So he doesn't have a big area of to actually walk around in and see in, but it is going to be put down to a 1v1 situation. Sophia does have very low health, so the advantage does definitely go for the smoke, and the intel is going to be very prepped for the smoke now, as he does know where the Sophia is, and a kill for Sophia, actually, as he does walk into church and does see the smoke. Unfortunately, it's going to be through the chairs, and a great kill at that. Wow, I would have definitely never seen that one coming, and especially for her health. I mean, absolutely great play from the attacker there. And now a 1-4 situation.
Yeah, so
Do
this
love to
is the
see it.
first round that the attack has managed to win. Let's see if they can keep the ball rolling and come back from their 1-4 disadvantage. However, the playstyle was quite interesting. So Zofia was taking some kind of risk to go for the kill instead of rotating back, going for the diffuser, and having this option in her back pocket should she run out of time. It ended up paying out, so Smoke was picked off at the end of the round. But JJ nonetheless was putting up a brutal fight in a 1v3 situation. He was able to come back to a 1v1. His bullets were running low as well, so should he have missed one or two shots there, one or two strafes, he would have been out of ammo and would have been forced to use his shotgun. Ro was basically able to brain and to flank and to keep a perfect movement, which ended up winning him the firefight and winning the refrag team the first round.
Yeah, it actually was quite the round for Sophia, seeing as she did was actually able to get the smoke off of her track. Did not see the Sophia coming up into the hallway and into church. It seems like does seem he was completely blinded from that movement from Sophia, and she was able to capitalize off that. Didn't necessarily see where the path at which she was going, and unfortunate for him, it is going to be around for a refrag. But starting up into the next round, we are going to be seeing a Doke and a Jackal. So a good amount of utility as well as offensive roam clear, which is what we do love to see because the Death Row team has been playing a vital part in their roam strategy and has been getting a lot of good frags off of it from the beginning of the round. So maybe we might be able to see off of the next role swap coming here soon a good bit of roaming capabilities from the refrag team itself and how well they can play around the roam clear.
Godzi's roaming becomes quite predictable as well, so every time they defend the bottom floor, we have Godzi by blue, we have Kyoto holding and sometimes walking up these stairs. This time, however, he will be staying put and he will think again before just shutting off his phone right there. The phone was able to provide a perfect distraction for extension as well as Flavor. Oh, Flavor gets into the objective, gets a first kill. IQ as well, putting us at a 2 to 5 situation. Maestro Blaze here will be holding off the hatch, leaving JJ basically juggling every other angle. It just does not work. Monster gets an easy kill. Bears is planting the diffuser, leaving us with Blaze very low health and flanked on all sides.
Unfortunate. So yeah, that's going to be around for the attackers for sure. So a lot of good early refrags, especially with the aid of Doke and Jackal's utility. So the intel was definitely there for the attacking team, and they were able to use that in a way where frags were possible after being able to spot out where the defenders were precisely. And I mean, it was again, it was quite the use of utility. It was a very efficient use of utility, and kudos, definitely kudos to them.
So, unlike the Death Row team, Refrag will be doing just about what we're expecting, and it is to go CC and Cash Room first. Fruitpea says, dude, the team name is ironic, Death Row and Refrag. I don't know which one you're talking about, but yeah, definitely. Death Row does not sound like a very serious team. Refrag could be a nice team name. But once again, I'm not quite sure which team you're referencing here, saying that their team name is ironic, as Monstrix here opened up the wall just big enough to be able to vault through it. This will be interesting if we do see some aggressive flanks during the late phases of the game when we're fighting for the actual diffuser slash objective room. This could be the difference between a round won and a round lost. A good flank is always interesting to see.
Yeah, that definitely is true, especially for this team with the amount of flanks that we've seen from them and the amount of roaming capabilities that this team has just been able to really just show off at this point. But nonetheless, we are going to be seeing now a cash hold. And a little bit of an interesting tidbit from these guys. I believe they have only held cash one other time, and that round they were able to win out. I believe,
I
yeah, now with the role swap, so yeah, it is going to be, actually, I believe the attacking team lost the round, so with the role swap, again, new objective for them, new roles, really.
Yeah, indeed. And so if you want to talk about the first half of the game, the only two attacks that Refrag was able to win before the roll swap were the two last rounds at in the basement at the end of the game, or at the end of the half, should I say? So they had a weaker attack on the other objectives. The one thing that was really surprising to me was the bedroom hold. Their bedroom and gym was their first choice, and they went again as soon as they could. So quite unusual to see a team favoring this objective site. However, we do have Famine, who's really low, and Blaze has just been revived, so two of the four remaining players on the death row are not allowed any mistakes, and peeking this angle with Bears holding it with the Alda could exactly be that, a mistake. However, Bears barely does not see the thermite repelling here, so he'll be allowed to remain alive, but pushing in will be the end of him. And the attacking team just lost a diffuser. This is also going to be dealing a serious blow to the attack.
Yeah, for sure, with a lot of utility going down and a possible planter, but Sophia's going to be taken down as well with now a 4v2 situation and a double kill for Ro with now a 4v1 with now Abana. She's kind of left to have to defend herself with about 50 seconds left. A very heavily guarded objective indeed, so yeah, at this point it's just the game of can I play onto the angles, can I get a couple frags, and maybe get a plant if I'm lucky enough. She doesn't even have the diffuser in her actual hands. So, yeah, this is going to be an even harder round than we anticipated, but it is going to be Lesion grabbing the final kill for the Habana. And wow, that was actually I figured actually Habana was going to get that, but Lesion just pulled out his pistol and absolutely dominated her.
Yeah, the Bearing 9 does apparently have more firepower, but when you're not firing the gun, it's not going to be worth anything.
Unfortunate, but still, nonetheless, it is going to be true. Regardless, unfortunately, she did not shoot the lesion in time, and I feel like at that point, she just kind of got, just, she got startled by the lesion's presence. He wide swung that, and it didn't seem like she really expected that.
I'm quite
Oh,
surprised, however. Godzi.
yeah, she did it.
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
She didn't actually hit her shots there, unfortunate.
I was quite surprised to see Godzi playing the LMG, Zofia's LMG, without any sights on it. So this was quite this is something quite unusual. MP7, from time to time you'll see it played bare bones, but here an LMG, you do want the accuracy with that gun, and it just was not the case here.
For sure, for sure. So, as we go into our second defense round, a good 4-2 split, actually. I would like to say for the refrag team, you know, they might have not went out those 4 rounds, but they were able to get 2 away from away from the, well, presiding defenders at the time, considering, I mean, this is, like we have been saying, this is a pretty defense-sided map with the new metas, with the Arsenal, the Cash meta, especially even kind of the Gym bedroom meta, so yeah, I would definitely have to say that a 4-2 split is, you know, it's a good way to put yourself at the roll swap, and now a 3-4 score line is definitely going to determine that refrag is starting to get a little bit of momentum. So hopefully this will be a good foothold into the game now for them to get a couple more rounds and maybe come out victorious.
Yeah, sorry, I was
But
just typing a message to chat. Once again, I'm not really responding out loud because of the delay. I prefer to use text. So yeah, it does appear to be a very light roam here. Nobody except maybe Ro was on the cameras. We didn't see where he was. Nobody's actually roaming, so this is gonna be a very trivial for the Death Row team to open up the hatches. Thermite did exactly that, and Gazi's already putting pressure on the objective. This time, however, he does have a sight on his gun, which is gonna give him extra accuracy. Does hit Flavor, gets him very low, but Flavor's still alive. Without a dock on the team, however, any health lost will be irrecuperable. Is that an English word? I'm not quite sure. It is a French word, however.
I don't believe so. It is you mean recuperate?
Yeah, well, he cannot recover that health.
Yeah, it is irreversible at this point.
Yeah.
Definitely a true statement. So yeah, Legion kind of taking point behind K9. He is going to play a little bit more passive, but Sophia and Thermite, who has the diffuser now, they do get a foothold in Moto and are taking a lot of aggressive attacking shots at the church now with Mute kind of wide swinging it a little bit, trying to take an angle onto the Zofia. Doesn't really get successful though in his attempts, and now three people have formed up onto the Moto wall, so it really is all up to them just to bring on the aggression and possibly get the advantage, maybe plant in the church, but with about 45 seconds left, they are going to have to do this very quickly with a 5v4 situation now that Flavor is down, but now a 4v4 situation, speak of the devil, with Thermite coming down for the attacking team, and it doesn't seem like a hard breach is going to be viable anymore with a good 30 seconds left, and two more kills for the LMG as well as the carbine on from Jaeger now with a 42 situation. The attack's just been completely displaced now, so they are going to have to get a little bit aggressive. It's going to be a 3v2, now a 3v1 situation with a refrag from the smoke, so Twitch is left to kind of have to defend herself once again, unfortunate, and she does get taken down by the Jaeger coming from blue.
Yep, nice flank here from Ro. I believe he'd been there for quite a while, but his presence was not needed until the very last second. It is quite interesting. The attackers here put themselves into an all-or-nothing situation. They all funneled in through Memorial, so they dropped the hatch, presumably, or just walked down the stairs, and then a single smoke canister could hold off 3 or even 4 attackers, which is definitely not ideal. I'm quite surprised Thermite, once again, without any roamers, had little to no difficulty opening up the hatches, but I saw no one trying to go for the garage hatch. Not the garage, sorry, the kitchen hatch. Was there a Kaid tricksing? Maybe, but Twitch still had a shock drone. She used it when she wasn't in the Memorial. So, yeah, we now have a complete comeback happening. We're back to a 4-4 situation, so any and every advantage the Death Row team might have had is now gone. And should the refrag team be able to keep on going on that roll, they might just win the game in the next 2 rounds. Definitely Death Row.
So
They've been stopped dead in their tracks.
I definitely would have to agree with the whole null and void situation. Everything they've done up until this point was definitely in their favor, but now it is all their actions have just been null and void at this point. But actually, fortunately for Refrag, what I was saying definitely about coming back was for sure true with the now 4-4 situation. So a good 2 more rounds can be played for Refrag going into the match point. So hopefully they will be able to pull out some sort of lead. Now coming in with a more of a decisive lead.
So what's going to be interesting is we have a Monty for the first time here in the clubhouse map. Let's see how Monty will be played. Do you think that Death Row team has anticipated the actual bomb site? Because if they have, Monty would have been handpicked to attack the gym area. And if not, he will be trying to just improvise his place in the team here. Which, I don't know which one of these two choices it is. However, Zofia does no longer have a KS-79, so Monty cannot really push this angle without being seen, without being known, and presumably without taking a small amount of damage, which is not ideal, and this is why he will be rotating. This time, he'll be trying his luck by the bedroom side, which is held by Bears with the Alda. Nice flick shot here, but Kyoto gets in, gets the kill, gets refragged himself as well. Total chaos is currently happening. 5 kills in very rapid succession. Defenders have lost control of the objective. Ro gets a kill, gets the kill on the bearer of the diffuser, leaving us with extension in a 1v2 situation. Monty gets put down, 1v1, and right here we have the final firefight. Death Row wins the round. Gazi with the pistol, saving his team from the loss of this round and taking the initiative once again.
Wow, that was quite the round. But speaking about how you were talking about if the Monty was handpicked for this site, I would have to say that his him dipping into the frags and with the distraction onto the Twitch definitely would have to say that it would go for a it was definitely a positive effect on to the attacking side up until the last second of the round. Lesion was able to get the kill on, or sorry, yeah, I believe it was Lesion who was able to get the kill on Monty, but yeah, wow. Very chaotic round indeed. It was more like a rush strat coming in from the windows. The attacking team didn't even have to take away any of the walls. They just knew what was uncontested and what they could run in for, and they said, well, I guess let's just capitalize on this. And it proved very positive. Definitely very positive as they were able to win out the round at the last dying seconds.
So this is, however, looking very good if you want to see in overtime situation. So in OT, every chances will be flattened out, so no team has an inherent advantage. And this just keeps us on the edges of our seats. We really do not know which team will be taking the win home. And definitely both teams are on an equal footing here. Both teams very similar in terms of skill.
For sure, I would have to say. So definitely would agree with that, but we are going to see a little bit of a switch up now. We are going to have a Jackal put into play, so very good offensive roam clear, even though we haven't really seen up until this point a very noticeable roam presence. And with Godzi getting the first kill on the round, it is going to be for Lesion, so that's very good utility down for the defending side, but yeah, these guys definitely have a foothold now into the bottom floor. So with the bandit tricking situation, he is going to be deterred now with Thermite able to get a charge onto the wall. So yeah, bandit kind of getting taken down from the wall there, but possibly holding onto the cache stairs, getting drowned out here. So intel is definitely a good part of the strategy with Bennett getting very, very damaged. Jackal possibly taking a kill soon in the coming moments with, no, it's actually going to be Jackal getting downed and a kill once again for Godzi on to the Maestro this time around. So that big LMG is definitely going to be taken away for the defending side. But with a 3-4 situation now, Monty is getting damaged beyond what we would normally see, and with a distraction, the plant is going to be put down now. Smoke trying to deter the plant and the disabling point now. Yeah, we are going to have to see a disable at this point in the round with the plant getting put down in a 1v3 situation. It's up to Bandit to win out the final parts of the round. Yeah, Monty's just kind of staying as a distraction, but we are going to see a rotate hole, so Bandit still can get into the objective, even though Twitch is watching him like a hawk. Yeah, it is going to be a angle held for the Twitch, and a round 1 for the attackers, so Death Row is going to take another round, putting us into a 6-4 lead.
So there we go, match point for the refrag team at last. Let's say they had a 4-0 lead. We had the comeback, but they will not be letting this game slip out of their grasp. They will just not let that happen. And we finally found ourselves in a match point. Let's see, however, we had both teams winning 4 rounds in a row at the beginning of the game. So maybe we can see another 2 points comeback to bring this into overtime. Definitely, this would seem likely. It all depends on the next round. So right now we have the replays, which will be over shortly. This nice kill here from Extension. He tried as much as he could, but there was nothing to do. Angle hell, as you're saying, and as he peeks the Twitch, he seems to be turning around. This was his mistake. Presumably, if he was able to win this firefight, Monty would have been more or less of a passive target. He would have been playing time instead of playing the kills. And once again, we do see a Monty in the composition, which will prompt the same question as last time. Has he been handpicked, or is it just a coincidence? Did they guess the wrong bomb site? And yada yada yada. This is going to be the exact same question that we have, since we don't exactly know what's happening in the players' minds.
Huh. All right. So yeah, with a 4-6 defining scoreline now at match point, we are going to be seeing a bottom Arsenal hold from Refrag. So unfortunately, they weren't able to get the last 2 rounds with funnily enough, a Monty being put into play. So Monty's definitely been a good operator to use in these past few rounds. He has been making a good impact on the rounds, and with the first kill of the new round, we are going to be seeing Legion taken down once again. And Legion is a very influential operator, coming in with a lot of traps and a lot of intel, so it is a very very unfortunate sight when he does get taken away from the round. But yeah, we are going to be seeing the first minute of the game being played without the Legion, and now Monty getting a foothold into Church, tries to get the kill from Blue, but Moto is going to be a good foothold for the attackers to take, and now we will be seeing Jackal being taken down. So Jackal is, yeah, he is a very good offensive roam clear, and unfortunately does get taken away from the round with a 4v2 situation now. 2 kills in rapid succession, with the Monty getting taken away from the round, and a Thermite now getting killed. So wow, it is quite the round with now a 3v1 situation. Oh my gosh, Death Row has just been completely turned on with the kills. So I believe that would have to honestly go down to the fact that the defending team has just been able to position themselves in ways where they can get the frags just without necessarily having to take one-on-one face-to-face engagements. And for that, I would have to say that they are playing the round for sure right.
I'm surprised how it ended up turning out. So, as we could see, we had little to no resistance on the Memorials side of things. The hatch was opened, Legion was picked off very early, and then I cycled through the defenders' perspectives, and nobody, and I mean nobody, was close enough to prevent all of the attackers to just drop by that hatch. And they tried to do exactly that. Did not quite work out though, so the defenders were able to adjust and to turn around really quickly, which ended up working into their favor. The attacking team tried to funnel in, believing nobody was there, which was the case when they droned, which was the case when they asked themselves that question. But in the amount of time it took them to take advantage of the lack of defenders, the defenders were back.
For sure. So, getting put into the new round, we are going to see a 5-6 scoreline. So, hopefully, Refrag will be able to take this last round and put us into a match point. Remember, we are going to be having, I believe, infinite overtime for 2 points, right?
No, it's just 2 points. So the if we have a 6-6 situation, the first team at 8 points wins.
Oh, okay, okay, okay. I don't think I was very versed in the ESL rules, but thank you for reminding me of that. Nonetheless, yes, the first team to 8. So, regardless of the happenings, first team to 8 is going to be winning out the game. So, hopefully we are though going to be able to see a 6-6 match point or overtime. Sorry.
That would be very nice as well. And Monty back at it again. So Fabian seems to be playing Monty as a main by now, and it is going to be very effective to take at least intel on the roamers' positions. Monstrix here with a double kill. This is not looking good for the Death Row team. Will he get the third? He gets a triple. The ace is now looking quite likely for him. Actually, he will try to go for a run out, and I don't care. I want to remain in his perspective, but he's not playing particularly aggressive right now. He knows he has the diffuser, and he knows he doesn't have to push any further. So we'll have Twitch here. In Overwatch position with Monty right here. He could even just deploy his shield and try to remain alive, but this is not going to get the Death Row team any further towards the objective, and just deploying into that doorway is not going to get them anywhere. This Nitro Cell will deal a bit of damage, but nothing too serious, as Twitch is slowly but surely trying to move forward. So JJ's objective here will be to recover the diffuser, but Monstrix is well poised to prevent that from happening. So,
For sure.
I don't believe Twitch has been spotted here. Easy kill on Maestro. Misses the first couple of shots. Maestro now knows he has the fourth kill. The ace will be likely, but oh no, Monty gets a first. Will he get the second? Now has a Guman in his foot. Double kill here. So the tables just turned. Should we see a comeback? That would imply Famine gets the ace.
It would imply Famine gets the ace, and it would also imply that Death Row does take the win for the round, and they don't take the win, so we are going to be put into an overtime situation. Unfortunate for the Monty, and definitely unfortunate for that Maestro. He wasn't able to get the ace, and yeah, we are, though, going to be put into overtime, thankfully. So, actually, quite the round in review, as Maestro was able to get 3 opening frags, I believe, in the first minute and a half or so of the round. It was quite the decisive round from the first minute, with the
30
diffuser
seconds
already
even.
going down. Yeah, 30 seconds even, already going down. Absolutely crazy. Twitch doesn't even get the kill on the Maestro. He gets 4K, and would have to say Maestro would for sure be the MVP of that round. Would have to go. But as we are getting put into an overtime situation, we shall see how the tides of the game can turn.
So here we go with our first overtime round. And since this is overtime, the players by Refrag team here can go wherever they want, and they will choose to go church. So this would imply that they're really comfortable with church as compared to any and every other bomb site there is. And here I want to put this on pause for a second, and I was seeing that a couple of people have popped into the chat. As this game is getting longer and longer, I do expect the other game to be finished, and players want to just study their next opponents. And Delta Force says, I wasn't following the whole conversation, but he says, it's because ESL is based in Germany, and in Germany you have to be 18 plus to play these games. So, interesting trivia that I didn't know, which I should know. ESL apparently is based out of Germany. This would definitely indicate or explain why all of the ESL admins I've talked to so far are German. So yeah, there we go. ESL is a German company. Quite unusual.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, actually, really interesting fact, and it is again interesting that because it is based in Germany, you do have to be 18 plus. But already running into the round, Monty's going to be advancing down Dirt Tunnel, and with a definitive push, he does get stopped by the smoke there. Does take a little bit of damage, but he still has a lot of time to make a distraction, possibly push into the objective with another teammate, and make his presence known for sure is what the objective here is going to be. But with Death Row coming into a kind of a all or nothing round for them, they will be bringing Nomad, they will be bringing, and they for sure will be bringing a Monty on their team. So what do you think these character choices means for the outcome so far and for what they're trying to achieve?
So I'd say even though nobody's died so far, this looks kind of good for the Death Row. Even though Smoke is preventing Famine from pushing in, he is forcing Smoke to use his smoke canisters with just over half of the round remaining. During the last seconds, this is where, or when should I say, that these smoke canisters will be the most effective, and they will have been used up. So Monstrix seems to know that he hasn't tossed a second one in with this smoke canister. There we go, being tossed again. Thermite tries to get in, doesn't work. 3 kills here by the defenders. This is totally falling apart. Lion gets picked off through the smoke, leaving us with Famine in a 1v5 situation. And it is a flawless round for the refrag. This is looking good for them by now. They will
Wow,
be
yeah.
very confident heading into possibly the last round.
Yeah, so it is going to be now a 7-6 score line with a match point overtime situation that the blue team has actually been able to put themselves into. It's been able to really manufacture it for themselves. Thank God, because these teams have just been going at it for the longest amount of time, and we would like to see a decisive outcome, but judging from that round, it definitely does seem like the defending team, or the blue team, in fact, does have the ability to win out the actual game itself. So again, like we were saying, first to 8 does win out regardless of the overtime situation. So there is going to be no infinite overtime, just an 8-point cap.
So, the one thing I'd like to point out, however, is this is quite a defense-oriented map. We've seen time and time again how the defenders in the first round were 4-2 by the time of the roll swap. Then we saw another 4 defenses 1, 2 attacks 1 for the second round, putting us at a 6-6 situation. So by the time we were in OT, each team had won 4 defenses and only 2 attacks. Should this piece of history hold true for that round, Death Row should be well poised to win the round, and putting us at the very, very last round. This has, however, yet to happen, but I deem it quite likely.
Yeah, so unless the refrag team can pull out something a little bit new, a little bit something creative to where they can get the quick early frags in the round and maybe get an advantage going into the first, well, actually the first minute, they are definitely likely to lose out the round, statistic-wise. Definitely statistic-wise, but yeah, so far we are going to be seeing a CC cash hold. This does seem very standard, especially for what these guys are trying to achieve. And yeah, so Castle, yeah, he's going to be taking a bit of a more passive stance, as Stockroom is going to be contested by the attackers now, which gives the attackers a possible vertical advantage as well as a horizontal advantage, as Monty is kind of making his presence known once more. He's trying to advance into the lounge area, but Jaeger he's playing a little bit more passive here, but still trying to hold back the Monty in his tracks, with Thermite now holding onto the garage. So garage is open for possible contest. I mean, might be able to see it, might not be able to. Hopefully we'll be able to, but yeah, Monty is going to be rotating into garage soon, hopefully. So yeah, it does definitely seem like the attacker's angles here is going to be garage, with the first kill of the round going for the Thermite onto the now Maestro. So only one defender now in the garage, and he has been spotted by the Jackal, does get shot at by the Thermite, so a lot of pressure coming on for him, with now a 4v3 situation coming from Catwalk. It is going to be the kill onto Thermite, so not a lot of hard breaching opportunities anymore for the attacking team, and for now I will hand it off to you.
So, it does not look too good for the defense here. They are at a numerical disadvantage, but furthermore, Maestro has been the early pick of the round. So yes, Thermite is gone as well, so no more hard breaching capability is going to limit the refrag team's options. But nonetheless, Maestro is, and by far, the top fragger of any team. So his early demise will be very detrimental for the success of the defense. However, time is running short. The attackers, without having opened up that garage wall, or that balcony wall, sorry, will have to funnel in through doors, through windows, which is going to be very predictable. Monstrix here seems to know, but gets the kill. Monty pushes, puts some pressure. Godzi and JJ both get a kill. It's now a 2-2 situation. Diffuser's being put down, but oh no, he gets killed, leaving us with Bears in a 1v2 situation. 6 seconds remaining. The Diffuser hasn't been placed. He gets the first kill. 2 seconds remaining. Godzi is only running away. I no longer know what to say. Death Row team winning the 14th round, and not by much. We are going to go into the very last round. The winner takes all.
Wow, yeah, so up until the last seconds of the round, that was a very indecisive round for the attackers as well as the defenders. It did seem very hopeful for the attackers walking into Garage, but the actual early kill onto the Thermite did leave out a lot of actual unpredictability for the attacking team, unfortunately. So they did have to, like you said, funnel into the normal spots you would have, which, you know, being windows and doorways of the objective. So it didn't leave a lot of unpredictability for them to play out in the round. And for that, it was a big part of their demise, as the Monty had to kind of wrap around and run around to get the kill on the Jaeger and the smoke, but he was not able to get that final kill on the Jaeger, as we can obviously see that one of the biggest skills of Jaeger on that round definitely had to be evading. For sure. For sure.
So here we go.
Oh,
CCTV
we are
again.
actually, sorry to cut you off, but we will get a comment from Bishmash saying hi, Hans.
Yes.
Salute, Hans. Salute.
How are you doing? So I just wanted to take a look at the history of this defense of CCTV. So it's been played. Let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4 times. So this is the 5th time, and it's been won, I believe, 3 times by the Refrag team, and only once by the Death Row team. Add to that Refrag is defending this time. Should we go by the historical data of the previous rounds, this does not look good for them, as Bears gets damage done to him very early on. He was not spawn peeking, and I would have been extremely surprised if, of all the people, Smoke was trying to go for a spawn peek. And right here, I am surprised again by Monstrix's Maestro roam, but it does seem to pay off as he gets an early kill. Definitely, he had the advantage of surprise, because nobody was expecting this.
Would definitely have to agree with you on that one. So yeah, the Maestro Roam definitely did come in handy for the defenders, as the quick refrag in the first minute of the round will be good proof positive that these guys can get an early advantage onto the attacking side. But nonetheless, we are going to be seeing a Zofia trying to get a foothold into the CCTV site, as yes, the site can be thermited now, does get thermited, and it will be another kill for Monster, but more refrags coming for the defending team now, with now a 5v2 situation. So yeah, there is still a window for the Death Row team to push in, possibly get a couple kills, but not too much of a chance for them to win at this point now with a 5v2 situation. So a win for at this point for them would be very bleak and not much of a chance. But with a 4v2 situation in hand, a Claymore kill does go down, so it only is a it only is really a 2-man advantage at this point, with the Jaeger now kind of making a more of a passive hold in Oil Pit. Thermite does seem to know that he's there, does try to drone things out, doesn't necessarily have a drone though, so yeah, it will be Habana and Thermite left to really just defend in the wake of a Refrag's absolute destruction.
The one good news, however, is that the Claymore got Maestro, so Maestro was a very important top fraggers for the Refrag team. And Ro finally is going for a bit of a more aggressive roam as the attackers are pushing in. Braze gets put down, 1v4 situation with no diffuser, 22 seconds remaining. This is as good as lost. And there we go, Kyoto gets a first kill, gets into the objective, but extension stops him dead in his tracks. The Refrag team with the comeback. let's just remind ourselves that they started with a 4-0 at a disadvantage. Death Row winning the 4 first rounds in a row, and Refrag was able to come back from that.
Yeah, I would have to say that they still are really the better team in this situation, considering it is a very very defense-sided map, and coming in with a 4-2 at the roll swap at the split, it's still a feat in itself. So definitely would have to say kudos on their team, and the fact that they were able to come back and bring themselves up in the defending rounds is quite the achievement, and it is quite the thing to hold on to. So great on their team, would have to say.
So this is going to be it for the second map that we've casted so far. And should
Yes,
the
so I believe we'll be following them.
yeah, well, so we'll be following them. So I'm pretty sure in the chat we do have pretty much the whole team that we'll be playing against them. We'll be casting you, and I will be announcing this to the official channels right now. So I will. Oh God, the live stream has lost connection. This happens from time to time. Give it 10 seconds, and it will connect to Twitch again. Like, you're still there, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so this is weird. Here, 3, 2, 1, reconnect, reconnection complete. We are back up.
Oh, it does seem like a protest.
Protest the caster. Why protest the caster? Cliffhanger. Oh, okay. Yeah, this was very unfortunate. However, what happens in this instance, the stream cuts off and we just resume with a bigger stream delay.
Protest
So
the caster.
in terms of content, you don't miss out on anything once again since we pick up exactly where we left off. I do not know why, but sometimes I just lose connection.
Um, yeah, I don't necessarily know how to pinpoint that, but now it does seem like we do have quite the viewership with the 19 viewers. Wow, that's it's quite the hefty amount of people, I would have to say.
This I would try to I would like to remain realistic here. This is bound to drop since all of the players are in the chat right now. So we will lose them as soon as the next round or the next game starts. Yeah, so Death Row here lost against Refrag. The results have been entered really quickly here. Let's just post the official announcement. Let's announce to the other casters that I am casting this match and ask them not to, well, not to cast it for themselves, because that would be awkward. There we go. Yes, Refrag against Drone Chasers. So let's just update the overlays and add the players as friends so we can invite them to the game. The players would or should currently be doing the map ban. This would allow us to know what map we're playing very shortly. Let's just make sure.
Alrighty.
There we go. Let's just reset this. Both teams are American. Yes, indeed.
Oh, we do have 21 viewers now. Absolute wild. But
Well, thank you all for being there.
Yeah, for sure. But just to reiterate, I already introduced myself before, but I will do it again since we have a little bit of time on our hands. My name is Giraffe. My name is Jenna. I'm a girl caster, just to make sure everybody knows, since there was questions in the chat about it. Yes, I'm a girl caster. I'm casting alone with Hans. I'm not an ESL caster, but I am hoping to be soon. Other than that, I would have to say thank you, Hans, for bringing me along to this go4 Cup, and I also hope to be casting for your tournaments in the future soon.
Oh, yes, definitely. So yeah, just for your general knowledge, so obviously anyone that's just joining in because I'm casting their friends or their actual team, this is not going to be as relevant for them. But so yeah, everything I do, my my first language is French, so everything I do outside of ESL tends to be in French. And since I'm French Canadian, I do pull some Quebecers and French people from France. So on my personal comps, the good news is that we start to have enough people for it to be feasible to create a NA and a European competition. It's not really a cup or a championship at this point. So this would make it way easier for pretty much everybody, us included, to have a more, say, normal schedule, since I have to try to squeeze everybody, both French and North American, into one schedule. This makes for awkward times or awkward hours from time to time, and this would make for better pings for us as well. So yeah, I won't be starting like 9 a.m. on a Saturday in the near future. The map ban seems to be still going on, as I do not yet have the map that we'll be playing here announced. So let's just start inviting the refrag guys, since I already have them as friends. And we'll put in the map as soon as we have it. Let's just change into that overlay, since the game has not yet started. A subtle difference, but we do not have the points count shown. And at this point, it's basically just a wait and see situation, as we're waiting for the map ban to finish on the player side. It is unfortunate. I would like to have a map ban view for the casters, but ESL does not appear to have implemented this outside of Pro Leagues, Challenger Leagues, and the higher leagues, basically. But if the system exists, which it does, could I please have access to it? Or am I just begging too much? Nonetheless, I do have hope that this map or this match will start pretty fast. Oh, is it
Yo, what's up?
CUS? Yes, it's US.
Uh, Here I'm trying to look at. um, GG.
So yeah, they're still banning the maps as players are joining. Let's see if I can find some of the drone chasers gamer tags and invite them. So for example, I frozen this looks like a gamer tag. I am relying on the people having the same gamer tag on ESL Play as on Uplay, which does not appear to be the case for this guy. CG probably is not a Uplay name that was free at the moment of him creating his account. So I'll just be going through these gamer tags and hoping for the best, which does not appear to be the case. So yeah, I will be waiting for you guys to send me a friend invite. Anyhow, the map ban is still going on.
What were the actual team names? One of the teams is put it in reverse. Oh my god.
So it's Refrag and Drone Chasers. Apparently, I
Drone
Frozen,
Chasers.
who plays for Drone Chasers, asks if they have to. In theory, when I say, as an official ESL caster, when I say I'm casting, you kind of have to. But if you don't want me to, I can just cast about just about any other match. So if you don't want me to, and if you ask nicely, well, yeah, sure, we can cast just about anybody else.
That's why it wasn't popping up, because it was North America Xbox. Alright. Drone chasers. Alright.
Let me just
They
type it
already
out.
went against Refrag. No. Yep. Okay. So, depending on what team wins. Oh, because these guys aren't even out of their matches either. Snipers, Anonymous, Romain, Carnival, O, Block Gang. Okay, got it.
I Frozen asking where are we getting. Let me just answer you. So I Frozen. I tend to start. I I try to cast from start to as long as I can.
Yeah, plus it gives good experience and less it allows us to get like more comfortable with who we're actually casting. So it actually proves pretty useful, I'm not gonna lie. Um okay, yeah, my mic is on. Right? You can hear
Yes,
me?
yes, yes, yes.
Alright, gotcha. And round of 32 actually isn't very early, because it does go from round 256, so round 32 is actually probably where you want to start. Alright. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I was just looking at the actual brackets.
So yeah, you don't mind if we just go towards to another match if they really don't want to be cast? Because to me it's all the same, right? The one game is not gonna be that different from the other game, so we can just as much cast another match without. Oh, Frozen here sent me a friend request. Thank you for that. So
They're following one bracket, switching to the team who wins. Yes, we are, siree.
yeah, that's pretty
Um,
much yes. That's pretty much what we're doing.
how refrag? I don't know what that means. How refrag?
Yeah, Refrag being the team that just won.
The team.
Yep.
I'm not sure why they wouldn't want their match casted. Plus, considering we do have a 4-minute delay, so there isn't really
Yeah.
an opportunity for anybody to
Oh,
a like stream sniping situation. So I don't really see why they wouldn't want their game casted. There's no reason, especially because if they want the VOD too, like it's not that hard. But okay.
yeah. Should it be the source of his worry? That'd be. Oh, and we're playing Villa.
Villa. Okay, so something a little bit different.
So
I do
yeah.
like Villa. Oh,
I would just like to interject something really quick. The ESL community guidelines for casters, something that you guys wouldn't see or hear about, have changed today, and we're required to have a 4.5 minutes delay as compared to the previous 3 minutes delays. Which makes it extra safe or extra harmless for the players to be casted. You don't have to worry about that at all. I mean, at worst, should say Kavera have been or say should have Echo been hiding somewhere and have won the end of the round due to the time, because the attackers weren't able to figure out where Echo was hiding. You'll have that info in 2 rounds. Should he still be at the same hiding spot, which is quite unlikely.
all right.
So you can go ahead.
Um,
Yeah.
so an actual conversation starter, which is what I wanted to start with when we got back before casting this game. I
Can
wanted
I?
to
Do
actually
you mind me
what?
just
Yep.
interrupting you? I believe I was hearing people in voice chat. Hello. Oh, okay. Yeah. So the guys in the game were talking out loud, and it was confusing me. How long are we casting for? A player in game chat just asked me that.
Delay, bro. Why are y'all complaining?
So yeah, how long do you plan on casting for?
How long do we
Yeah.
I can cast the whole time through if you can.
I don't expect them to go the whole time through, since the grand final will be played at 1 a.m. and at this point the rules allow for the game to be postponed. But yeah, we can go up to semifinals, no problems. I can cast till 23, till 11 p.m. Even though I will have to be a bit quieter, because at that point in time people will be sleeping in the house around me. But we can keep on going. So yeah, let's say we'll go till 11 p.m.
All right. Well, oh yeah, so a conversation started that I
Yeah,
was
go ahead.
actually going to talk about was to ask you what is your favorite competitive map to ban and why? Like in terms of like strategic abilities, in terms of playstyle, all that.
So,
Oh, you've been casting this one team?
uh,
No, they
wait,
cast it
people
for the first
in
round,
game chat are
they
still
won,
talking to me.
and then
Sorry
Laserteam
for
won
the
on the side.
delays.
Got
I
you.
want
Okay,
you
drop
to
the
cast
sass.
not Anthony, but
Oh, they're sad. All they're complaining.
hey, at least we have someone that wants us to cast.
Yeah, I'm simply follow the winner to their next match. There we go.
Also, I hope you.
Yeah.
Ooh,
So yeah, my favorite maps to play are to ban. I I wouldn't say that I really
No, no
have
problem. I was just confused. I
a,
really don't
a
care.
okay. So the players are
Winner, chicken dinner.
the players. Sorry,
Yes,
I'm
what's
still
up?
just cutting off whatever I say when I'm listening to the players. Should there be something of importance, I have to pay attention to that. But yeah, so I don't really have a favorite or a least favorite map. Since mm, to me,
oh,
maps are yeah.
sorry to interject, but I guess is it if it's a player, I'm not sure. Said we want you to cast. So I guess people want us to cast.
Okay, so not Anthony Pitt. We could
Sounds good.
cast your next match, I guess. Oh, drone
I
chaser,
literally need to watch something while eating. I feel that.
drone
All right.
chasers. There you
Oh,
go.
and I'm sorry if you could hear a little bit of voices in the
No
background.
worries.
There's people here, but they did just leave. So house is definitely all to myself.
I heard you say
Can I get
oh
all of
and
them
then
here?
mute your mic. So no worries. I understood you were being occupied, but you dealt with it pretty much perfectly. So yeah, I did have a couple of things to pay attention to. So yeah, not Anthony Pitt. What map? What team do you play for?
I believe he was actually playing. If he said in the chat, I think he was playing for the team that lost last game.
Should they still be in the tournament? We can cast their next match. Once again, to me, it's all the
All
same.
right.
Um, we are actually forbidden to cast teams with which we have an affinity. So should I be an ex-member or a close friend to the one or the other team? Since I have to be neutral, I can't cast them. Since I don't have an affinity to any other team, I can't. To me, it's all the same, right? Um, why does it say that my
All
stream is
right.
offline though when I'm?
Refrag low. My ESL is bugging, so we gotta sub in. Oh, okay. So he
Okay.
does play. He plays for Refrag, so we're actually on his like casting
Okay. Yeah. So we're.
bracket route
Yeah. Yeah.
thing.
Okay. So we'll be casting your next match. Do not worry. And next week, should you play? Once again, it's all the same to me. So just pop in the chat, send me a DM on Twitch if you don't want to go through the hoops of adding me on Discord, Twitter, whatever. Just hit me up wherever and ask me to cast your match, and we'll do just that. So back to your question: which maps are my favorites? Um, I'd say the newer maps are quite different from the old ones, and the classics die hard. For example, Argon has been played to death, and there's a reason for that. It appears to be one of the fan favorites. I really like where Clubhouse is right now, and since they've removed Oregon, um,
Not quite
Border.
sure why they actually took that out though, because it is a really balanced map in my opinion. Like it is it's a good map. I would like 3 floors, right? So you get a lot of room. Okay, that's not the problem. So, I mean, I can't really see the actual problem with it
It
as to.
is, I believe it's because they wanted to add cafe. So you have to have an uneven amount of maps in the rotation for the map ban to be fair. If not, one team would have a ban more than the other. So when they wanted to add cafe in the cafe, they had to remove something. And I know we're not pro level,
We have
so
invitation problems. Hold up.
okay, so they have invitation problems. Their refrag team
We're
will
having
be
fucking
getting their last
freaking
players
invitation.
in shortly.
No
Invitation.
cursing on stream.
Invitation
Swear.
problems.
All right.
So yeah,
You can't
But
invite
yeah, I
anybody for
mean,
some reason.
I don't
So
understand. Like, out of all the
Um,
maps they took
um,
out, they took out Oregon. You know, out
yeah.
of the whole like pro league pool, out of like the whole entire pool, they choose to take out Oregon.
alright, last
That's a
guys
fat
just
rip right there. That is an effing shot.
So I know that the maps I'm about to bring up do have issues, but let's talk about the issues for the sake of the conversation. So a lot of maps are, or not a lot, some maps are just utter garbage. You don't want to see favela or house in pro league ever. But some maps, for example,
please don't protest.
chalet is not that bad. So if they wanted to add
What's your
cafe,
protest?
they could have had
Yes.
chalet with
Huh?
it to jump from 7 to 9 maps, which would have made it an even number of rounds of maps. Sorry, an odd number. Sorry, of maps again.
Why
And
CG? CG's a gunner. What are you talking about?
the
Yeah, I know, that's what I
the
said.
game is at this point
That's actually
closing
exactly
into its
what I said.
fifth year, I
Oh,
believe.
he said he's not a gunner, my bad.
No, I
Yeah,
said he is.
2015. No,
Yep,
fourth.
just about.
Yeah, just okay, just about closing to its fifth year. At some point, the maps are gonna end up being repetitive. There's no way around it. When you've been playing the same maps over and over and over again for 4 years, 5 years, depending on the age of the one or the other map. Um, Siege is a very complex and diverse game, but even the most interesting game, if even no matter how diverse the gameplay is, at some point you'll have done the same thing over and over again. Maybe you'll hit it a bit sooner. For example, COD does not have much depth to its gameplay, so you get bored of it way more quickly. This is why they release a game every year. Siege, on the other hand, will last way longer for the casual player. They receive new maps or buffed maps every 3 months. But for the pros, it's not the same. And as competitive players, we play a lot more than the average Joe, which kind of inflates the problem even more. So yeah, I'd like to see more maps added to the rotation, but I know this doesn't answer the base question. Why did they? What maps are my favorites? And I'd like to say, I like bigger maps. When a map is too small, the roaming possibility is too limited. I do enjoy maps with a basement. Pretty much all of the launch maps had a basement, and right after that, basements started disappearing. Think, for example, of a couple of easy picks would be, how's it called? Border, first of all, does not have a basement. Skyscraper doesn't have a basement. Most of the newer maps, basically, or most of the new maps don't have a basement, whereas all of the base maps had one. So bigger maps, not on the horizontal side of things, but on the vertical side of things, tend to be quite interesting for me, since the verticality in Siege is very interesting, and it's not because we're on the first floor that you should miss out on these factors. However, it could be very tricky to have both the floor and the ceiling be breachable. Nonetheless,
He's retarded. Where I don't think you can say that.
So you said,
My bad.
sorry, what map was a
so
a
my
favorite?
my favorites would be the map with a basement. So I really like maps such as Villa. Yeah, I know I've rambled off without properly answering the question.
What
Let
you
me just
say was
No,
take a
no,
look.
I
wire.
of course, being able to explain yourself is definitely a good part of it, but I was just wondering because I didn't actually hear an answer. I don't know if you cut out there for a second or
No,
if I couldn't hear it. So you like the verticality part of it, right? You like being able
yeah,
to have the have a situation where you can be able to see through the floor, be able to have
yeah,
more angles opened
exactly.
up, and it really, yeah, I would definitely have to agree. It gives you a lot of versatility within the play style which you want to play. It allows you to bring a lot more utility into play and be able to actually use it, because I feel like what a lot of teams do or what they actually really fall short of is pulling out the utility and then putting it into real play, making frags out of it, and being able to twist the utility they use into real frags and put their gadgets and make frags out of
Who's
it.
that?
Because, of course, what this game really comes down to is frags. I mean, you have to be able to kill the rest of the team in order to win out the game, or for that matter, you
Yeah,
have to
yeah,
be
no
able to
problem,
at
no
least
problem.
plant or get a couple
No, don't
frags
start, don't start,
onto
don't
to
start.
get onto the objective and to
Why?
take a hold of the
They're
objective.
actual guys.
So that being said, it
You're doing
is
alright,
a
slowly.
it's a big factor of utility again is a big factor, and
Okay.
being able to use such utility and
Keep going,
having
man.
Dumbass you
the
play, yo.
versatility of
And
verticality.
I will cut you off right there. We are starting.
Yes, it's me.
So
All right,
Let's
yeah.
go.
you were quite occupying the space here, which was really nice for the viewers to keep it interesting while I was busy making sure the map or the players were ready. But now they are, and we're heading into our third cast of the evening. Drone Chasers against Refrag. Drone Chasers. I'll have issues pronouncing this one, I think. We'll go with the first operator ban, and I will let you take over.
Alrighty. Well, actually, I was taking a look at the chat and I did see that Anthony Pitts said that they removed Oregon because the map was way too linear. It's not the same thing. It was the same thing over and over, so new strats never existed. And yeah, I definitely do agree with that. Uh, new strats definitely are hard to come by with Oregon itself, so would have to agree. But actually getting into the game, we are going to be playing Villa, so I would have to say that Villa is one of those, like you were saying, like the versatile maps where verticality can definitely be put into play for some of the bomb sites. Especially if you were to bring a Mira into play. Oh well, they did ban Mira, but if you were to put a Mira into play, verticality could be a very big factor of any type of strategy. But unfortunately, seeing as we we don't have a Mira anymore, that whole study component of it does get taken away. But nevertheless, I do love Villa as a map because it does give you a lot of roaming capabilities. It's definitely big enough to support that, as well as a lot of attacking versatility. I for sure love it. Just to kind of sum it up there, but as the end of the banning phase commences into our first round, we are going to be seeing a Capitao, Jackal, Mira, and Echo ban. So again, these bans are very sensible, very logical, definitely not out of the ordinary. You do love to see when the actual utility gets taken out of play with the Jackal and the Capitao. For sure love to see it.
So, however, Valkyrie will be sixth picked for Modzi. It's not going to change too much the meta or the composition, since both operators do have just about the same role within their team, which is to gather intel. Modzi's intel, however, is much more mobile, which makes him a way better roamer. So here we are, so the statues and the trophies will be the first defense. So quite interesting to see them not going study and aviation room first. But with the Maraban, we do understand why they went ahead and did that. Maestro still being there is going to be very important to protect these reinforced walls. So I would not be surprised in the slightest, sorry, to see the other Evil Eye going towards the bedroom. Or has it even already been placed there? It does not appear to be the case. So yeah, he even puts barbed wire here, apparently expecting the wall to be breached or somebody just to walk in through the door. As he keeps an Evil Eye in his inventory. There we go. It will be put right there. And he'll probably be hunkering up behind that desk as he's opened up a couple of punch holes in the furniture. Extension here seems to be running and rushing, almost playing as a point man, but no, the point man will be Bears, who already got a first early pick on Sluggy. We'll have to learn the gamer tags of the Drone Chasers teams. And yeah, Smoke being picked off early is not going to be good news for the defenders, as he shines especially during the late phases of the round.
For sure, for sure. Definitely would have to agree with that. Smoke definitely is a late round anchor, and for him being taken out at the beginning of the round, it does pose a very good advantage for the attackers, simply. But we are going to be seeing a Maestro as well as a Legion being put into the, well, actually Blue Room or Astro, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, so Astro is going to be very contested, very open for the defenders to defend. So Master again is going to be contested. Early round is, definitely a normal strat as you do see a frag coming in for Nomad here. Very normal strat for the Master to be contested as the hard breaching capabilities are one to be had. It is a very big meta. It is a very big strategy to be opening up those types of walls. So with a 3-2 situation left, however, we do see a one minute left on the clock here. There is going to be a way into the objective now for these attackers with the hard breaching capabilities used upon the master bedroom wall. So statue definitely is open for a plant should the attackers walk in and try to contest it, but they will have to be going through a lot of roadblocks here as the defenders are holding a lot of differing angles on this objective. So we'll have to see as the round plays out. But another frag going for the blue team this time around, or onto them for that matter. We will see that.
Mozzie will be put down by this little fire. And Twisted will luckily be able to pick him up because the wall behind them is reinforced and he will pick on the opportunity to go for a roam. But any advantage of surprise will be lost by the logic bomb. Dokubi will be exposing their positions, leaving him vulnerable to a little peek here. Nicely done. However, the diffuser is right now being planted, leaving, technically speaking, CEG vulnerable, or Flavor vulnerable, sorry. But he cancelled that diffuser as he was being pushed. Nice reflexes here.
For sure. So, yes, that's going to be a round for the attackers this time around. So, yeah, definitely kudos on their part. They were able to get Master Bedroom fairly easy without really being contested. Obviously, the frag going on to Smoke very early round did not necessarily help the defense in any type of way, but nevertheless, we did see a Master Bedroom hold very early in the round, which is really surprising me considering that it wasn't really being contested very much. Maybe a pulse going below the Master Bedroom or possibly an impact trick would have prevented a lot of the actual exposure of the attackers onto the objective. So hopefully next time around they will be able to pull off something a little bit different and change the outcome. Would love to see it.
So I do have a comment in the chat saying that somebody is not hearing the audio properly. I just want to be sure. Is it us or is it just this person's reception of the stream that's acting up?
He said yes. The audio on the stream is good. And I also would like to point out somebody else's comment. To be honest, after watching this, I realized how much experience I need and how much I need to improve on. So my question is, does that mean in terms of casting or does that mean in terms of actual gameplay, like playing out the game?
And I will let you take over. I will fire up the stream and mute my mic to avoid having the echo. Just to make sure that we don't have audio problems. So I let you cast. You have an open mic. Take over.
Gotcha. So, as we start in the new round, we are going to be seeing the same site being played, hopefully with a different, with possibly a different outcome. Like I was saying, in the round, it is going to be, again, a very similar setup for the Refrag team coming in with a Nomad, Doke, Habana, Twitch, and Zofia. So, definitely a lot of utility. Very, very utility heavy for these guys. So, and like I said, the last round, they were able to use it very efficiently, especially with the Doke being put into play, the Nomad as well. I believe she got a lot of intel actually off from the Nomads if she was able to put it down. But speaking of the Devil, it is going to be Nomad getting the first kill of the round. It's going to be a good first blood, considering that the Jaeger was a viable for the defending team. And with intel coming for the defending team now into the attacking team, we do know that 90 hallway is going to be contested as well as study from the defenders. But with another frag coming from Twitch this time around, it is going to be onto Mozzie. But Habana getting a little bit aggressive, does get a kill onto the, I believe the, oh, I think it was
It was
the
smoke.
smoke,
Yeah, it
but
was
she
smoke.
does get refragged, yeah. She does get refragged, unfortunately, but now the plant is going down, and it's up to Maestro to have to defend himself, and he gets fragged off at the end. Unfortunate.
So nice
That
attack
is,
here. Really
yeah,
nice
I would have
attack.
to say.
So basically, the drone chasers drone chasers went exactly this the same. They did the same thing again. It did not work
It,
for the second time. So history just repeated itself.
I mean, I would have to actually say they did kind of differ their strat up a little bit, not putting as much pressure onto the master bedroom, rather more so onto study and 90 hallway. So, and again, they were able to get very efficient frags, very good frags for their team in order to actually win out the round. So, again, it was similar strategy, just a little bit of a different pressure in different areas. But nonetheless, it still was a very, very viable strategy and a very just great all in all for frags. They were able to, point out where the roamers were. They were able to kill them efficiently, and I mean, nothing necessarily went wrong for them. It was a near flawless round.
Well said. They lost very few players. Had it been a flawless round, that would have been beautiful. It just did not happen, but they were close. And after two failed attempts at defending trophies, this time drone chasers will tell themselves, okay, that's enough. Let's go Aviator. And here with Mira's band, it will be a bit harder to defend against the balcony side at least. Maestro could be putting an evil eye in the office, or I don't really know the location of the name of the room. So this room, how's it called in English? That's an
It's
office,
called
right?
study.
Study. Thank you. So by the study, he could put an evil eye there and kind of replace the Mira's mirror that way. But it just so happens that he decided to use the evil eyes to prevent anybody from planting the diffuser. So instead of hoping to prevent attackers from stepping foot on the objective, he wants to punish them for doing so.
Yeah, for sure. So, yeah, I do actually commend the Maestro for going for more of a plant denial role than a really intel role, because you don't really see too much of it very often, but when we do, it usually is very efficient use of it, and Maestro usually does get played very passively. But we do see the first frag coming into the round is going to be for Monster onto the Valkyrie. Ironically, so yeah, Valkyrie is going to be taken down very early in the game with another engagement for Monster. He's gonna get a double kill. Now onto Jaeger, but another refrag. It seems two more refrags, or actually, yeah, it seems more refrags coming on for the attacking team. Now in a 4v2 situation with about 1:30 left on the clock, so about halfway into the round. It is going to be an obvious advantage for the attackers with now a 3v2 situation with a wide swing from Abana and a 2v2 with another pickup kill coming from the smoke. Twitch and Dokkaebi are left to have to attack this site. Hopefully they'll be able to form up together and possibly get a decent push. So yeah, definitely Twitch does seem to be probing the objective, trying to get as much intel as she possibly can, but yeah, Dope trying to make a little bit more of aggressive advances on the objective, even though she does get smoked out. So it is good though that they do have smoke as well as Maestro, two kind of denial operators to take over. But now a 1v2 situation getting put into play as Doke is trying. She's gonna have to pick up that diffuser in order to actually plant.
So right here, Dokkaebi is out of logic bomb, so this is not going to be good for her. She could use that at least to her advantage. CG is going to be put down though, 1-1. Smoke is out of smoke canisters as well, so the chances are just about even. The MK14 does not have the best firepower in the world, and there's no way in hell that he will plant the diffuser without being, first of all, seen, and second of all, stopped. So they will have to play the kill. Should he do this, of course, Sluggy will be rushing him, and this is just enough to make Extension doubt. He will be going for another plant, which this time he does not seem to want to abandon. He will cancel it out, but just too little too late. Sluggy was already in shotgun range, giving us this beautiful one-shot kill.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful one pump coming from Sluggy, and I would definitely have to give the MVP of that round to him, especially being able to play so calmly and cool, just playing to his advantages, you know, being able to play as passive as he wanted to, being aggressive at the perfectly right times, and positioning himself in a way where he knew that the kills were going to be easy and not necessarily risky. And that's probably one of the worst things people fall to is not necessarily knowing the actual risk of peeking something or playing aggressive on something. And for him, he just played absolutely perfectly. So definitely kudos.
Which is why when you have good intel gathering gadgets, you do not have to guess. There was an evil eye on the left side of the screen right here who was feeding Smoke real-time intel, and this is invaluable. You know when the plant is a fake. You know when the plant is for real, and then you can act on solid, reliable intel. Nothing was going in Dokubi's favor. Nonetheless, Extension will be playing Dokubi again. CG was also able to get a couple of picks early on. Obviously, he has the firepower to do so. Should Smoke have been left in a 1v2 situation, that would not have been the same outcome, in my opinion. Or even worse, they were in a 2-3, 2-4, I believe, at the very end. Imagine you have Smoke and Mute both playing the shotgun and the SMG-11. They would not have been able to do that without the LMG's firepower.
For sure, for sure. So as we move into the fourth round of play, it is going to be a 2-1 scoreline. So yeah, Refrag is definitely going to be up one round on the Drone Chasers team, so hopefully they might be able to, you know, maybe pull a comeback out of this round. But seeing as they are still on attack and still have the actual advantage, considering this is mostly a I would say level-headed map. They are doing very well though, as Habana does get the first kill of the round and another engagement for her, but she doesn't come out with the kill, but a refrag for the defending team. 2 frags, as a matter of fact, for the Jaeger, who came up just at the right time in order to pull out a perfect flank. But Twitch getting another kill. It's gonna be Monster, and now more refrags coming out. This is just absolutely chaotic within the first minute of the game. Oh my gosh, wow. Okay, so yeah, we are gonna be seeing even more engagements coming from Master. So the defending team actually has proved to be very, very aggressive. Pitch Monster getting a double kill for the landing.
And
So wow.
that
I'll let you take it away.
That nice push from Monster also forced some of the defenders to turn around, which alleviated some of the pressure on Extension. He's still not able to set foot on the objective, but Monstrix has done just that. Gets a first kill here. He will probably try to go for the flank. Zebra seems to be wise to it. Nonetheless, he will not be in a position to prevent the diffuser from being planted, and he doesn't know what he should do. He goes for the diffuser, but Monstrix was there waiting for him. Refrag wins the 4th round, putting us at the 3-1. This is looking good for them. Should this momentum hold, they are on the right track to win this map.
I would definitely have to agree to you on that statement. But as we go into the 5th round of play, we are going to be seeing possibly, well, we will actually soon enough be seeing the role swap. But looking at the last round again, that was actually quite the round for the attackers, as they actually got quite the amount of kills. Monster getting the triple kill there, and up until the end, I believe he actually got a 4K. Yeah, he did get a 4K up at the end. So yeah, MVP definitely going on for him that round as well. Yeah, when the diffuser is being planted, definitely wised up to the Jaeger's position in Astro, and he honestly predicted that Jaeger was going to rotate into Statue and said, I guess hold the angle, and definitely proved. positive for him.
I would, however, like to correct one little tiny mistake you've made. This isn't the last, but the second to last round before the role swap. This is only the 5th round.
Oh,
It doesn't make much
oh,
of a difference, but let's just
oh,
make sure we don't lead people to unexpected things.
that was a mistake on my part. That was my bad. Just bad math, I guess, on my part, but still, nevertheless, we are going to see a very similar setup to what Refrag has been playing this whole time around. Definitely does seem like more of a ranked setup than anything else, but nevertheless, I mean, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? That's the motto we gotta play by, but yeah, it definitely does seem like Drone Chasers is falling in terms of their individual engagements. You know, they're able to get a couple of good frags, but then they kind of just fall short when it comes down to some of the biggest fraggers of this game. Like Monster, he's able to get a 7-2 KD. I mean, that is absolutely insane.
The one thing that surprises me, as I had pulled up the scoreboard real quick, in the winning team, we do have an 0-3 player. So, yeah, in theory, or on average, drone chasers tend to lose their firefights more than their opponents. Nonetheless, the one team where they have a player that hasn't gotten a single kill so far is the winning team. So, quite unexpected here, but it is not going to change much on the final outcome. Zebros was more or less unknown of. He did have a nice advantage of surprise. CG and Monstrex both getting a solid kill. Monstrex got the kill on Castle, which was the second roamer. So now we know that somebody was here and he was not allowed. Bezars here gets the refrag on Monsters or on his on Zebro. Monsters was only downed, so he'll be revived, but both attackers now are really low on health. Any mistake on their part is going to be fatal. Monstrex hears a barricade being putting back into place, but he's just too late to get a kill off of that intel.
Yeah, pre-fires are definitely going to have to be useful for the attacking team, considering that they definitely cannot take on a one-on-one, face-to-face situation with any of the defenders, or else their loss of health will for sure prove fatal, kind of like you were saying. But it does seem like the strategy kind of has turned to a turtle situation now. The defending team is wising up to the attackers, but Twisted seems like getting the kill on Monster. So with about 50 seconds left on the clock, it is up to Beezer to really just make a push onto the objective as well as get the frags or possible plant to defend himself and win.
By this point, I don't really see how he could win. He has too little health to run through the smoke. Should you be full health, you can just rush it and accept that you'll be taking some damage. And the Evil Eye could be lethal at this low health as well. Nonetheless, CG gets the kill with the LMG, putting all of this speculation into the fiction realm. And here we go. Nice pre-fires, nice tight angle that he held there. This wins the defenders their second round. And now we will be heading into the last round before the role swap, which you seem to be expecting and anticipating. Yeah. Oh, okay. I was gonna answer that comment exactly. So I was gonna say, yeah, you take over while I type the message, but you went ahead and did it before me. So it was a nice frag and refrag situation upstairs that we just missed the replays. I'll let them loop through a second time just to see this again. So by the trophies and statues rooms, we had 2 roamers and a couple of attackers who were able to trade a couple of kills. Ultimately, as we could see, defenders were the winners of that situation since the blue team lost more players than they killed. But you can see here Monstrex being put down, but the refrag happens instantly from Hibana's perspective here. Zebro, unfortunately, unable to finish the kill he had started, leaving him with not much to his name. The gun, at the end of the day, was still up, even though the player wielding it was low on HP.
For sure. But as we do get pulled into our 6th round of regulation play, we are going to definitely see a possible comeback. I would love to see a good comeback on part of the Drone Chasers team. Hopefully we'll be able to see it, but with the role swap, it might not be possible, especially because this game generally is defense-sided, so it might be a little bit harder to actually see a good momentum comeback, but who knows? We might be able to really might be able to see it. Who knows? I don't know. We haven't really seen the skill of these two teams before in action, so it kind of is hard to really determine it, other than, one game coming from Refrag.
So yeah, considering the advantage this map gives to the defending team, if Refrag is able to get a even a small rounds advantage when they're attacking, their defense would be a slaughterfest. It yet remains to be seen. Maybe both teams just happen to have excellent offenses and weaker defenses. What I do like to see here is both Valkyrie and Maestro. So with these combined cameras, they will have very little dead angles, leaving them at a solid advantage. I don't see with 5 cams in total how they can attack, how the attackers can sneak up on the objective without being seen. Is there a Valk cam by the study here? Maybe not. I've looked at the ceiling, at the corners, by the furniture when we were in Hibana's perspective, and I didn't see any. Definitely, however, Twisted seems to know the pressure will be coming from this side, and we even have Zebra, who's in a good position to do a flanking maneuver, but oh no, both players trade. Both teams are 2 people down. Extensions here cannot open any of these walls as they're all electrified. However, the roaming threat is now neutralized. They will therefore rotate towards this classic hall. Hibana can open up these walls. So Extension, however, has found that this wall is not reinforced. This is bound to put pressure on Twisted, who's out of shockwire. He won't be able to do some kind of bandit tricks on that wall. And they'll just have to accept that this is going to be a likely entry point for the attackers to perform their assault. Just as the Lion drone comes in, it would be a nice moment to put some pressure, but nobody dared set foot on the OBJ and actually push forward.
Does seem like the Lion, though, is just trying to get intel, possibly footsteps as to where the attackers are. Doesn't really get anything, and a frag for the defending team onto the attacking team. With the diffuser now down, Lion being put into play, and more frags going for the attacking team, but ultimately the defenders won out with the refrags with the man advantage.
So yeah, when you kill a player and that player just communicates your position to his teammates, leading to a refrag, when it's 1 man or 1 life from 1 life, the team with the most players is bound to win, which is just about what happened. The attackers have lost too many players trying to get in without succeeding, and I kind of failed miserably here to see anything interesting. So I just went into 3rd person, and we saw Nomad getting in, getting the kill, and getting refragged immediately, which is just about what we've talked about, or which is exactly what we've just talked about.
I mean, it's not necessarily all of the team together, all of the callouts being put into play of it. It's really just how individual players can put themselves in a position where they know where the enemy team is, and they know if one of their teammates gets taken off of the board, gets taken out of the round, that they're in the exact position in order to get a good refrag. And it really does come down to it, and it's a science, it's an art to have to learn, and these guys definitely seem to have gotten it down to a T, and I definitely would have to commend them for that one.
So, if we want to talk about that this round, we've had the role swap, so you'd ask yourself, hey, the defenders just won. Why are the game rooms and Aviator again? This is due to the fact that Refrag is now defending, which will lead to us having or seeing different strats both on attack and on defense. For example, Drone Chasers would have played Maestro here. They did play Maestro here. Maestro will, however, be swapped for a Vigil. And I believe this is the only difference between the 2 compositions when talking about an Aviator and Game Room's defense. So Refrag seems to be hinging their defense a bit more on the roaming side of things rather than the anchoring side of things. the counterbalance to this is if drone chasers are able to enter in without exposing themselves to roamers too much. For example, if you just walk into the objective on the right hand side here, no amount of roaming will be able to cut you off, and this could be an advantage for them. Zebra already putting down the claymore, destroying the barbed wire, and there's even an air jab on that doorway, I believe. The anti-roaming measures here are really well into place. We have air jabs, claymores left and right. So Bears would have a hell of a time to come back on OBJ and help his team, effectively leaving the defenders a man down.
For sure, for sure. I can't really see the screen very well, so I'll hand off the rest of the round to you.
Oh, is the screen share glitching or
Yeah,
compressing too hard?
the quality is going down a little bit here, but I'll leave you to the rest. I won't get in your way.
You know what you could do? You could just connect to 4th gen and you'd have the game PC, so you wouldn't see the replays, but you would have a crystal clear quality for the game itself. Nonetheless, let's just cast what's happening here. All of the defenders are still at full health, which is not the case for the attackers, even though they're roughly barely above the half of it. They have a disadvantage in a 1v1 situation, in a 1v1 firefight, but the attackers here are planting the diffuser. Sluggy will try to protect his ally, and he will have a bit of a harder time. He'll fire a couple of bullets, a couple of them will miss, but he will end up getting the kill, winning his team the 7th round. So this is looking good for drone chasers. Should that keep on playing, as we were saying, this is a defense oriented map, but the attackers seem to have good luck here. And we were speculating, maybe it's just because we have the refrag team that is plainly better, so even with a disadvantage they are able to win their rounds. But it does not appear to be the case, since the drone chasers, when they're attacking with a seeming disadvantage, they're still winning their rounds.
So the actual login part of it does not work, unfortunately. It says that when I try to connect to 4th gen that I cannot initialize the it gives me an error where I can't initialize the hosting functionality.
Okay, so this is quite awkward. So do you think that you can take over for this prep phase and I will try to do something on my end? Or can you really not see anything?
Can.
You know what?
I can't really see too much, but I can still fill in the blanks. So we are going to be defending here on statue, and I believe this is the other room is library. Yeah, library. So I would like to see again the Astro hold because that did work out pretty well. But one thing I would like to see, if possible, is maybe a possible flank, or something along the lines that would actually create kills or create opportunities or chances for refrags for either team. If I would also love to see that out of objective map dominance that we have been seeing, that type of dominance where the attacking team's just able to walk right into specific spots and be able to trust their teammates with droning or be able to trust themselves with droning, not necessarily have to fear for their lives under the defender's presence.
So right here we have a very light setup, so no 3 armor. We're not full 3 speeds either, but nonetheless pretty much every one of these operators could, with a bit of interpretation, be seen as a possible roamer. So Rook Duck are never roamers. They're anchors that made a mistake when they're out of the objective. But right here, you could expect to see, for example, Mute. Once he's put down his jammers, he can go roaming and even block some of the attackers that want to take intel on him if he keeps 1 or 2 of these jammers in his back pocket. As I was saying, this Legion was not on side. He was roaming and was picked off as well, which is going to leave us with a very, very, very light defense. The only on the actual site is Ro Jaeger here, and he is not an anchor, or at least he doesn't have an anchoring operator. He can still hold his angles, hold the lines, and if he has a better aim than his opponents, he might just get a couple of kills, but that really does not look good here. There are 2 drones taking his intel, and he cannot just stop to shoot at the drones, because he will be shot down, which is exactly what happens, leaving us here with extension in a 1v5 situation. He gets the first kill right before the Claymore blows, but he will still die, leaving us with a very uninteresting kill cam.
Unfortunate, but it is going to be death by Claymore for the defender here as I try to swap screens. Yes, alright. I officially swapped screens.
Okay, so I see you're in. I will let you actually cast by, or do the analyzing part of it by memory, since I will have to set up this. Oh, it's already set up. Okay, so let me just connect to it, and we should be good. So yeah, sorry for the more or less uninteresting voice over at this moment. This is why a producer is such a blessing. And right here, oh god, no, NDI is not installed. I thought it was installed. Let's use OBS again, and I will let you cast this, and I will fix whatever's broken in the shortest amount of time possible.
Alrighty.
I'm really sorry about that. I thought it was done. Apparently it's not. You take over.
Alrighty. So walking into this next round. Alright.
You're back.
Okay, so with I believe we're at oh my gosh, it's very grainy and pixelated. We are going to be at a 3-5 lead for or is it a 5-4-5? 3-5?
3-5. 3-5 drone chasers are in the lead, which is a bit surprising considering that the blue team refrag were winning the early rounds at the beginning of the game. I will get this working. Valkyrie sees that drone, but gets picked off by Sluggy instantly. This team is able to communicate really well. And I will have to restart the computer. I thought this had been done already. I'm really surprised here. So Sluggy will be put down, but he will be revived as well, which is not going to be much of an issue with a couple of allies covering their flanks. This revive was done at a minimal risk. And we have nobody. Oh, and that deployable shield just got destroyed. You can no longer walk on deployable shields, which would previously have allowed you to get on unusual ledges and hold really aggressive angles. You can no longer do that. It's just like the castle barricade. Once you step on it, it gets destroyed and will be put back into your inventory. Extension here has a bit of a glitched view, so let's just swap views here. Flavor was holding off this staircase. We do have somebody repelling, but that silhouette seems to be droning. Probably CG here. Oh no, it's Frozen. Frozen, now that he has the intel, could have gone in for the kill, but he'll be droning as well. Flavor's position by now is definitely known. The one question that remains, however, is how will the attackers push it? And it does not seem to be, there doesn't seem to be a decisive answer to that. Flavor here finally gets picked by Zebra. He was really focused on that window when the real threat came from the bathroom. Nice wallbang here again, leaving us to at a 2-4, 2-4, yeah, exactly situation. A refrag here will have a bit of troubles winning this round. Zebro gets another kill, double kill for Zebro. Row in a 1v4 situation. His position still seems to be unknown. Misses the first bullets, gets the kill nonetheless. Now, however, he's spotted. He knows his angles are difficult to hold. Gets another kill. He's down to mid-health by now. And the diffuser might be planted shortly, so that would leave him for a couple of seconds in a 1v1 situation, which he could take advantage of. He knows he will be pushed, gets another kill, triple kill. This is now a 1v1. CG is the last alive on his team. He will have to prevent that clutch from happening. 22 seconds, Hibana still at full health, has the diffuser, but does not seem to be knowing exactly what she wants to do. I've heard the pinging sound, but it's Hibana who's being pinged. Ro has all the intel, and the clutch just happened. Refrag winning this round against all odds.
Wow, actually, that was quite the round for the defender here. Sorry to catch you up. I just had to restart that. Yeah, that was actually looking at the replays. That was quite the round for the defenders. They were. The round was actually coming very well together for the attackers. They were going to get the plant down. They were going to actually win out the round. The outlook was very in the attackers' favor, but as we see, the tides were completely changed when Jaeger was able to get the very influential and impactful frags for his team, as we see in these replays. Absolutely wild, coming in with, I believe, either an ace or a 4K.
4K in this case.
Yeah, so you can obviously see how really just careless the attackers were being when the Jaeger was able to get his kills in, and when he was actually able to win out the round for his team. I mean, it was absolute upset. And I can't imagine how the attacking team must be feeling at this point.
Let's hope that the NDI plugin's install works this time, because this is all that's preventing me from giving you a nice and clean feed. So let's just hope these are the last few seconds of our technical difficulties as we're heading for another defense, this time in game room.
Yeah, so we are going to be seeing I believe a 4-5 score line now, with Refrag kind of getting a little bit of momentum. They're kind of picking it up now, and they might be able to get a good comeback, which is, again, what we love to see from these guys. It's always a great time when you can see the underdogs getting those final rounds in and able to just win out the games.
So, once again, we have a fairly light meta. Yeah, sure, Monstrix is here, but other than that, nobody else is, strictly speaking, an anchor. And the one and only anchor will be picked off very shortly, very soon by Sluggy here, who'll be looking to get a second kill, but that just does not happen. Nonetheless, Maestro is consistently the top fragger on his team for a given round, so having him out of the way this early on, of course, the rumors are still there. There's still going to be a pain in the butt to try to get into the actual objective. But if you can make it there, your chances of planting as an attacker have just increased dramatically. Extension here knows somebody's repelling. This somebody also appears to be, I believe, IQ right there. So in terms of utility, should IQ not be able to push forward, it's not that big of a loss. Should Hibana have been here, that would have been disastrous, as the drone is poorly tossed. Twisted will go in blind. He will survive. And luckily enough for him, nobody was there to receive him, because there was no way for him to stay alive had Bandit been there in his dead angle. CG will be doing his best to open up that wall, and it is rare to see this wall by game rooms being opened. And that's going to give the attackers a nice little way to walk right into or right behind, should I say, that bar. And that's a good position to be in if you want to plant the diffuser. Bears holding a crossfire here. Bro doing the same thing. They apparently know that someone still wants to come in through study. And that someone would be CG, I believe, who is the bearer of the diffuser. So where he goes, the attack goes. Someone attacks from another side, but that's just a distraction or a bluff. Here, CG definitely wants to go in from that opening. And we also see a slow but steady rotation here, or roam. By extension, he hears the air jab. He knows he can't get into it too fast. This peak is going to be cut off really quickly, leaving Ro in a 1v4 situation. He gets picked off as well. Extension gets a first kill. The second kill just does not work out. He was able to survive to that air jab, but Zebro is going to stop him dead in his tracks.
Wow, so quite a round for the attackers. As you can see, the cross angles and the actual crossfire angles were utilized absolutely perfectly. The vault was it was really a no man's land with two people in it at the time, because you obviously saw that the pressure was being applied from study as well as the 90 hallway from the Habana. destruction. So, considering all of that and more, I mean, the attackers were able to put aggression onto games, obviously having it open from Abana, so that wasn't necessarily being watched by the defenders. They also had more aggression coming on from the vault and study, so they were playing an all around just just applying pressure all around to different areas of the objective, and it worked. It was it was quite the beautiful strategy, and I do commend them for that, putting us at a 4-6 match point situation with drone chasers in the definitive lead. Sorry
Yeah,
about that.
definitely.
I was a little bit offhand there. Trying to pay attention to.
I'm still trying to fix that NDI thing. And if
All
not, you
right, I
could try to
gotcha.
get it. Try to enter the computer, the 6th gen directly using Parsec, but that would put a load on the streaming PC. But I think he would be able to handle that. The CPU is sitting at 33%, so let's try this. In the meantime, the attackers, I will just give up on that laptop. Definitely. It is just a waste of time at this point. I'll repair this once I'm free, once I'm not midstream, because I will have all of my brain power dedicated to this. Ro here is anchoring, and he is apparently expecting company from that angle. As extension here with a tiny little run out gets a first kill, and also Twisted is being put down, so his next run out will get a very easy kill. He doesn't seem to know that there's somebody right there. There we go, another easy kill. He will be picked off, however. Zebro getting an easy refrag. Nonetheless, he can only avenge one of his teammates as he gets only one kill. The drone chasers are thus therefore still at a disadvantage. And the roaming game is still going strong with Flavor, who apparently has just been drowned. So he'll be pulling back, it seems. The mid jammers that had been placed upstairs were really interesting to prevent the amount of intel attackers could pick not on the objective itself, but on the roamers. If the roamers can keep the attackers in doubt for a bit too long, the attack on the objective itself will be done within the last couple of seconds, which tends to be disastrous. CG is still droning here, apparently looking for roamers, but they're not there. Flavor here is by bicycle storage, just not being spotted, and he can easily strafe to the left, or more to, should I say, to the right, and then peek to the left to prevent anybody from entering that room, which names, I don't know, memorial room, there you go. More goo mines will be tossed, preventing any rush from taking him out. And Frozen here is going for a nice little crossfire. He will find Flavor's shoulder once or twice. Flavor gets put down, but he's still alive. Will Ro try to go for the revive? Apparently not. He knows the pressure will be coming in really shortly, leaving the defenders in the 2v3 situation. They could revive their downed teammate, but that would be a risk that they did not seem to be willing to take up until right now. Back on a 3v3 situation, just under 40 seconds remaining, and both operators that can really slow down an attack, Smoke and Legion, are still up. Attackers will be taking goo mines, and the timer is slowly but surely running out. Zebro still droning. He now knows exactly where his opponents are, goes in, gets a first kill. He'll be looking for a second pick. Is he able to get another one? Apparently yes, but he will be refragged instantly, leaving us with Flavor in a 1v2 situation. Diffuser is being put down. Does he get the kill? Oh, barely not. Will he be able to prevent the diffuser from being planted? Apparently not either, leaving him in a bit of a pickle. Frozen gets the kill, drone chasers winning the game.
Wow, okay, so that was quite a wild round to have to analyze, but up until about the end of the round with about 30 seconds left, it was very, very, to say the least, even. I would have to say, you know, the 3v3 situation coming down to it. The attackers were able to, however, get enough intel in order to push into the objective just at the right time and get enough frags to put down the plant. And with Flavor only having a sliver of health at that point, he wasn't really much use to his team. So yeah, he was fragged off fairly easily and was not able to get the kill on the Habana, unfortunately, from the head glitch. But yeah, he was fragged off pretty quickly, and That was a very good round for the attackers, especially at the end when they had to make the hasty decision in order to win the round. And for them, it really worked, which is what you definitely do not expect to see in these games.
Yeah, so a big GG to them. Let's just hop back into that perspective. As this game is done, it is around 9 o'clock and we'll just be going. We'll keep on going. So, yeah, I do want to use that downtime, however, to fix those pesky issues we're having. But first and foremost, we will state our intent to keep on casting these players. So I do want to say a big GG to them nonetheless. Refrag, even though they weren't able to get the win, they tried their best and they did not relent. They did not give up until the very last second. Legion was still trying to get those kills. Just didn't work out, but they were close. They were very close, and all we can hope for them is to have better luck next time. At this point, it's all I can say. So let's take a look at the drone chasers. Their opponents have not yet been determined. So, yeah, that's all I have to say.
Yeah, it looks like we'll just have to be waiting until their opponents can actually be determined for us. Unfortunately, these guys aren't out of their match yet, so it does look like we will possibly be going to an intermission, correct?
Yes, indeed. Except if you have something interesting to say for 30 to 40 minutes. But we do have a couple of things to do, including that screen share. Or actually, are you in Parsec right now?
I am.
And that screen is good enough for you? Or here? No, I
Here.
don't see you as being
Let
connected.
me
You're
connect to you. I am connected to the other.
so desktop thingy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay, yes. So I have to get this one working, but you could try with 6th Gen, which is the streaming PC, so I wouldn't have to stream the video from the streaming PC to a dedicated screen share computer, laptop in this instance. But yeah, the one thing we do have to be careful about is to not have it overwhelm the computer's capabilities and thus compromise the stream quality. So since we're in an intermission screen right now, I would say go ahead and try it. And if it doesn't work, we will know before it is too late. Nonetheless, yeah, we'll go into an intermission screen, so thank you all for being there. We will be back shortly as soon as the drone chasers' opponents are determined. We'll be back in a few. Alright, so I am back. Jenna doesn't appear to be here right now, but that doesn't matter. I am perfectly able to do this on my own. O Block Gang will be our next contender. And we will be playing Clubhouse. Let me just update the overlays real quick. For example, Refrag will now be swept aside for O Block Gang. This has already been updated. Good. And now if we head into the game, let's create the custom game. Oh, okay, I'm back. I do have this quick shortcut key toggle button, and
Mhm.
sometimes I just use it because it's the number 1 on the keyboard. Sometimes I just want to type the number 1, and I end up using it. So we'll be playing Clubhouse again. O Block Gang against Drone Chasers. So Drone Chasers are frozen, and Sluggy will be invited. He just sent me the friend request. And if you connect to Parsec to desktop, whatever, so this pre-made name, you should see a feed that is good enough, or that is actually pretty high quality.
Wait, what PC?
The one with the default name desktop.
Oh.
So Sluggy's here, Frozen's here. We do have a player on both teams, so that is good news. We've had a couple of followers as well, so I just want to thank everybody that's followed today. Not Anthony Pitt, Valks, Thick Nick, Shore R6, Little It's HT, which there's an I suspiciously missing. Bizarro, Dextaz, Tayos, BXFR. So thank you all for following. Heading into this, what level are we at right now? If we just go back here, sorry, here, 16. Yeah, 16. So this is the last hop before the quarterfinals. This will be interesting. So the teams are connecting, and let's see who takes the attack and who takes the defending side. So you're in Parsec right now?
Yes, sir.
Alright, so let's cut this useless Discord screen share. They really push you to pay for Discord Nitro, which is really obnoxious, and it just does not want me to, or it does not push me to want to do it. As
So,
I take a bit of water. Yeah.
do you think we could get finals?
It is possible. It is always possible. Oh, Mean S7 is playing tonight. It is always possible. So, if the game is scheduled to start before 11 or 11:30, I'd have to look up the exact hour. The game has to be played on the same day. So, say the map ban is done at 11:45. The guys are allowed to postpone it, and if they decide to postpone it tomorrow, this is out of my control, and we can always try to snatch the final tomorrow at a much more reasonable time. But if the finalists end up being night owls and they're at their peak performance around 1 a.m., why not follow them? I know for a fact that I will end up being tired, so my awareness will drop to some extent, but we should still be good. So,
Alright.
it seems to me... Oh, Noski's here. Noski's playing. Noski switched teams. Yeah, so the blue team...
Nasky's playing.
Noski, Mean is playing as well. So just to be sure, blue team will be... Okay, so I'll have to swap them. It won't be long. Oh, yeah, that's not gonna work. Hey. Okay, and that computer is acting up again. That is not how you do it. its processor is at 100. So just to be sure, drone chasers are. Let me just put that right here. Drone chasers, and it's the other team's name appears to be O Block Gang. So O dash O Black Gang. So they are ready. Good luck, have fun. Let's start the game. And
Alrighty.
I will just have to swap their names in the overlay real quick because Oblakang is indicated as being in the blue team, which is just not the case. Did I hit update or reset? I hit reset. I am dumb. There we go. Map ban is beginning. Or operators ban, sorry.
Alrighty. Yeah, so our first map ban for Clubhouse is underway. So just to get a little bit of information out there about Clubhouse, it is statistically from Pro League a defense-sided map. Obviously, with the new meta being with Cash, CC, the whole gym bedroom meta, the actual Arsenal church meta, it is more now more than ever actually a defense-sided map. So we can definitely count on the defenders winning out more rounds by the role swap than anything. As well as this, we are going to be seeing a Capitao and Maverick ban. It is obviously logical to ban Maverick. He is a very good utility player, obviously coming in with the CC wall. Definitely want to be able to take him away from that wall because it does actually pose as a very unpredictable spot that attackers can funnel into once that wall is open. So, again, a very good spot to have Maverick at and a very good operator to put in as a ban. So we are going to be seeing two Intel operators actually being taken out of the loop as well. Akko and Valkyrie only leaving Maestro, a Plant Denial operator, in play. So we will have to see actually how that turns out. I haven't really seen too much of a Valkyrie ban in my days of casting Clubhouse, so this is actually kind of new for me.
So yeah, the main point of banning Valkyrie is to limit the intel attackers could have. So you could imagine it might even be to facilitate rushing. So if the attackers or the defenders, sorry, know where you're coming from, any rush is going to be a bit more difficult.
For sure, for sure. So we are going to be seeing our first actual site be Church Arsenal Room, which is definitely a predictable site to be going as a first time. But we are actually going to be seeing a little bit of a different switch up here, something we don't normally see. A Kavera is going to be put into play, played by Noski, so we will have to see how well he actually fares in terms of being able to frag out, because knowing Cav, she is that type of operator that can for sure make or break a round. She is the type of operator that with an interrogation you get that type of, unprecedented intel where absolutely nobody expects it and everybody runs from it. All the attackers are have to be wary of her presence on the round for sure.
With the presence of both Thermites and Hibana, you could expect just about any hatch or reinforced wall the attackers set their mind to opening. Those walls and hatches won't stand a chance. Blarn does not even use an Electroclaw in the dirt tunnel, so I would expect here CG or Frozen in that instance to go up there and at least open up that opportunity to their teammates. But for the time being, they would rather drown out just to be sure to know where those roamers are. And the answer to that will be Noski's here hiding in the garage. Nice hiding spot, I have to say. I've never seen it before. And a casual droner would not be paying attention to this specific angle. So he will be very likely to retain his advantage of surprise as CG is coming next to him. We can see there was a claymore being set there. Noski still not moving. I don't know what he's waiting for, but he's definitely waiting for a better opportunity. I have to ask myself though, what better opportunity than a Thermite with the diffuser? This seems to be a very good pick, which he is purposefully going to ignore. He came out of his hiding spot, but he's not really rushing towards blue or anywhere else where the attackers are going to be coming from.
Sure, so yeah, Nask kind of shifting out of his position, going into a top floor hold. Might be able to get a flank on some of the unknowing operators coming from bar, but Thermite definitely holding an angle on that cab, trying to come down. But yeah, it does get spotted and does get shot at. Does not take any damage though, so she does still have her her health to herself, as a matter of fact, and possibly still an element of surprise if the attackers choose not to hold their flanks properly.
As he says in chat, why are you droning that? Well, the
They
outcome...
know they have a cab. They know they're gonna have to drone out. I mean, it's simple, I guess. Is it luck? Maybe. We
Well,
might have to see how this plays out though. As Cav is still kind of holding upstairs, still trying to have her presence. Sorry, her presence is a little bit known.
Dukov,
Sorry.
you must have taken some water there. But yeah, the result of that uneventful firefight speaks for itself. Kavera has been spotted, and she's lost the advantage of surprise that she might have had previously. Are you going to be okay? Try not to
Oh!
choke to death.
I thought I muted myself. I'm
You did
sorry
not
about
mute
that.
yourself. But you know what the
Oh
good
my
news
gosh.
is? In the VOD, we can simply mute you out. This is the beauty of
We
separating.
will have to mute me out of that VOD because that was hilarious.
Should have
Oh
muted
my
you,
gosh.
to be honest. But I didn't really think of
I
that.
cried on that. I got some.
Alright, so...
Yeah, that was actually quite the round coming from the attackers as well as the defenders. I believe it was the defenders that won in the final scenario, if I am correct.
yeah, indeed.
Because
Twisted
yes,
found
because
himself.
as Twisted, yep, as Twisted was walking into Moto, she got met by the Jaeger. So, yeah, actually, he was waiting for her. He had the intel. He knew that she was coming, and he predicted it. I mean, it was simply a prediction that was well met. Would have to say.
It is quite disappointing, however, to see Noski was hiding in such a good spot in the garage, and he let at least two people walk past him, so there was a claymore when Thermite went in there. So he had two basically free kills on his hands. He ignored them just to be droned out later and lose his advantage of surprise. He was, in his defense, he was astonished to see his defense, his position being compromised. I believe the attackers had simply left a drone upstairs, and a dead player must have held this this drone. Sluggy asking if the S7 had been disbanded. Noski saying no, and clearly Noski is poised to do a run out. Let's see, however, are any of the attackers going to be vulnerable to it? Answer is going to be no. All 5 of them just spawned kennels. No amount of running out from Noski will open them up to this firefight, except if he runs out and tries to go around the garage, but that would just be unreasonable. Twisted, however, is positioning himself to be in that kind of pickle, but Noski probably doesn't have intel. Outside camera obviously has been destroyed. Twisted is going to be wary of it, but he dismisses that eventuality as the barricade is still up, leaving Noski here holding at an angle. I know he will come into play later on when his help will be most wanted or needed. But for the time being, he is not contributing to his team, just as Mean, who is in his defense holding a useful line. Hibana has been picked off early on. This is now going to enter us into the bandit tricksing and counter bandit tricksing phase. CG bluffed or faked to plant that exothermic charge, and this will be looking very good. That exterior wall will now be opened up, opening up the door to the attackers to come in there. However, there's still too many defenders hankering up in there for it to be as easy as simply walking in. Sluggy is also out of EMP grenades, so he cannot easily destroy that Maestro Evil Eye, and Maestro knows this, so Shrines here is simply holding off the angles, taking intel with the reinforced cameras, and just feeding info to his teams. The attacking guys here, drone chasers, do not seem to have a decisive way in, so Zebra here is testing his possibilities. On the first floor, there doesn't seem to be an opening. Twisted Steel, same thing. As Noski gets a kill, Noski gets a second kill. Zebro here still hesitating, but Twisted here is now on OBJ. Gets a first kill on Shrines. Will he get the second? Apparently not. Zebro gets a nice refrag, leaving us in a 1v3 situation. Maybe on 1v2 very certainly, or just simply the end of the round. We still do have these air jabs, and should a defender run out very aggressively, Zebro could find himself on his back as well. We had Bandit reloading at the wrong time, but Noski was there to save the day. O-Block Gang will win the second round. With
Yeah,
a
so it's
no
definitely
scope.
going to be a decisive round for O-Block Gangs. They do take the win on their second defense up in CCTV cache. So even in lieu of the wall being able to be open from the attackers, the defenders were able to win out their engagements. And for that, you know, being able to win out the individual engagements and play aggressively that way, they position themselves in a way where, regardless of the move that Sophia made, she was dead from the beginning. I mean, Natsuki sitting behind the bomb, there was somebody in garage on the rotate, as well as the bandit sitting in cash room. I mean, it was a doom push from the beginning.
And this would leave us with a couple of defenses won by the O-Block Gang, and obviously their choices of bomb sites will be restricted with every victory, so they will now be going bedroom and gym. Still, we do not have any heavy operator. It does not seem, however, to be a roam meta, as we see Castle and here we also have Alibi. Noski seems to be AFK though, so maybe this was a random pick. But yeah, with Alibi, who can cause some hesitance to the attacking team, and Castle, who can obviously slow them down, this might be some sort of light-ish turtle meta, which I have rarely seen before, but not quite never. So yeah, definitely Noski is AFK, leaving us in an effective 4v5 situation for the drone chasers. Should they go with a very aggressive rush early on, they might just be able to use that to their advantage, but I don't expect them to actually know it. Any drones they have sent into the objective will either have been destroyed early on, or Modzi will have snatched them up. And obviously there's too much of a delay on the stream for them to know this way, so they will proceed with caution, giving enough time to Noski to return to his computer.
Alrighty, so sorry about that, but yes, going into the third round with about a minute down already, we are going to be seeing a bandit tricking situation with the attackers trying to get a foothold into the logistics hallway. Obviously trying to attempt some sort of breaching situation from the west side balcony, coming in with Thatcher, Zofia, as well as Thermite. So yeah, it is going to be a definite bandit tricking situation, which was unsuccessful, unfortunately, and the wall has been opened from the west side balcony, so that is going to be another angle for the defenders to have to watch out for, as well as hold.
So with a minute 20 remaining on the clock, their next stop is going to be open up this castle barricade to bring them into the objective. They look well poised to do so, but at the meantime, in the meantime, appropriately gets a kill. Frozen, however, gets the refrag, putting us back in a 4v4. But as I say this, Sluggy gets another frag, and Blarn with the nice refrag. The fight for the actual objective, however, will be limited to only Blarn, as the two remaining defenders are actually roaming. But this is going to be looking good, as Zebro finds himself very shortly in a 1v2 situation. So he knows he is flanked, however Modzi is no longer on the same level as him, and Blarn gets the kill at the very same moment. O-Block Gang getting another round under their belts.
Yeah, so in the fight for USA versus USA now, we are going to be seeing O-Block Gang taking a definitive lead with now a 3-0. And, I mean, walking into this fourth round, coming in with a Church Arsenal hold, these guys are going to at least the attacking team is going to have to change up something a little bit different if they want to at least get a 4-2 coming onto the role swap switch.
And looking at these compositions, I don't see too much change. Noski was picking up Dog here, which would be untypical for him. He tends to be more of a roamer, and he will 6-pick Pulse instead, which is more in line with his known playstyle. The one thing, however, that we don't see too much is anybody else picking a heavy operator. Definitely, Oblak Gang is not hankering down too much. Their playstyle is way more mobile, and so far, it seems to be going good for them. Actually, if we look at historical data, Noski and whoever he tends to play with, so he does have a couple of different teams he hangs around with. But when you see S7, for example, here, Mean and Noski, who is also in the S7 mainly, these guys, they've won many go4s in the past. So drone chasers here will have a very big challenge in front of them. I'm not saying it is already over. The role swap can change everything. Maybe the attackers, drone chasers here, will find a really effective way to locate and flush out the roamers. Everything and anything is still possible. But looking at the first rounds and the past competitions these players have taken part in, Oblak Gang seems to be well on their way to a final.
For sure, for sure. So, yeah, especially walking into the fourth round with a 3-0 decisive lead definitely does not look good for drone chasers. But who knows? Like you're saying, the game isn't over until it's over. So, walking into the role swap, you might be able to see a different outcome, especially being that this is primarily a defense-sided map. So, hopefully we will be able to see something a little bit different, might be able to see a bit of a strategy switch up with these operators, but who knows, who knows. So, we will be seeing a church arsenal hold, like I did say previously, and it is going to be actually one interesting character that I do love to see being played right now is Pulse. So he is going to be, I believe, put down into one of the main objectives into a more turtle strat. Yep, he is going to be put down into Arsenal Room for a more like turtle strat style, while the attackers are primarily going for a vertical push into Moto and then eventually Church, which is definitely a more of a rank strat, but we do love to see it with Frozen getting the double kill frag grenade when Jaeger tries to go to the Kaid's aid, and unfortunately he's going to be going down along with them right as the hatch is getting played on, and another frag for Spartan onto Zebo. So that is going to be Sophia. That's going to be a lot of utility down for the attacking team, but we will be seeing even more utility going down for the defending team as Kaid gets taken out of play. But Abana playing a little bit more aggressive on the swing peak, does get taken out of Moto, and with a 2v3 situation with Noski getting another kill with the Pulse, we are going to be seeing Thermite now putting down a exothermic charge onto the church wall. So we are going to be seeing still a native execute from the Thermite nonetheless, with Spartan TG getting once again another kill onto Frozen, leaving Thermite a lone man to have to plant. He is alone in church though, so he does have the idea to plant, but he does not as he gets taken away by the Mozzie trying to attempt to flank.
So solid round here. It was kind of surprising to see the defense with, once again, very, very light operators playing a turtle strat. I would have expected this from some sort of a Echo, Mira, Maestro, and Rook composition, but we saw it with fairly light operators here. And the one and major, I would say, ironic thing that happened here is that Jaeger got killed by a grenade. This is the one thing that should not happen, exactly just happened here. Really solid pick by the nade here. Sledge did not exactly risk his life in a face-to-face firefight to toss that nade. So with minimal risk, he reaped 2 easy kills. it was just good timing and lucky on his part to have put Kaid down but not out with the first one, which attracted another unsuspecting victim. All of this is going to leave us in a 4-0 situation here. Once again, we're going to be going cash with two of the defenders reinforcing their garage. This time we see Shrines playing Castle. So the top floor, in my opinion, does not need Castle too much, since it is already really easy to force attackers into a couple of doors. Nonetheless, here the windows will be deemed as extra important, but those castle barricades will not hold off against any type of sledgehammer or Zofia's KS-79. You could technically jam the castle barricade to prevent against Thermite or Hibana, but neither of these gadgets are best used against this kind of utility. As we're talking about the best way to use Hibana, we will be opening up lines of sight here by the garage, which will be a nice way to flush out Mean. So Mean here, using this castle barricade, is fairly... he's fairly confident in his capability of holding up in the garage, and so far, so good. Actually, he hasn't received too much pressure by now. Noski here taking real-time info and apparently expecting a run out, but that does not mean that he'll be ready for it. Mean gets an easy kill here, as Thermite here will be very, very cautious. The bandit tricksing is likely to work. There we go. And with Thatcher out of the way, there will be no easy way to walk in from that angle. Twisted is still expecting a run
unfortunately,
out.
yeah. Ooh, that wall is going to be taken away from the attackers, so they aren't actually able to open up the CC wall anymore, unfortunate to them, leaving the defenders at a complete advantage when it comes down to the situation. It does seem like Noski, though, does know where that sledge is. And Sledge is going to actually sledge the barricade with Noski in very close proximity to him. Might be able to get a Nitro Cell off, don't really know, but we are going to still see two people sitting in the garage with another frag for the sledge. That was beautiful coming from him. And actually, the strategy does seem to be converted more so to a turtle strategy now that the defenders know that they have the lead, know that they can play off of refrags, and know that they for sure have the upper hand in this match. But as I say that, Twisted does get a kill onto Shrines, the castle player. So more frags for Frozen now onto Noski, just leaving Blairn and now Mean to have to defend themselves. They both have very low health. They're both very, very susceptible to a one single bullet could kill both of them, unfortunately. But we are still going to see about 30-second look of the round, and it's going to be a 2v2 situation now, as Frozen and CG now are both at very low health. Blair's going to get another kill, putting it at a 1v2 situation, completely unexpected. Very low risk, high reward type of engagements for these defenders. Now Blair has, Mean getting the final kill on CG to win out the round for their team. Absolutely just being able to play off of each other, and successfully doing so was the key component to their success in this round. And wow, I mean, the intel on that situation must have been absolutely wild, considering they especially with the pulse being put into play. I mean, it was off the charts. So we could obviously see that the wall wasn't being able to be breached in the first 1.5 minutes of the round, and once that happened, really the attacker strategy just kind of fell apart. In essence, it wasn't able to be executed anymore, considering that the Thatcher was taken out of play and they were not able to get that wall. So not being able to get the wall basically meant the defenders won at that point, unfortunately.
I do find it interesting to see how the gunfights themselves play out. So with very little health, these two players were able to get the kills. Or for example, that one run out that we saw from, I believe it was Mean. Even though Thatcher was waiting for him and was ready, apparently, seemingly ready for him, the run out was so brutal that the kill occurred nonetheless. And they're not headshots. if you look at the kill feeds, Mean just had to get a couple of bullets into his opponent, so without aiming at the head, which is something you would expect players from this caliber to do, their aim is so true that they never miss a single shot, and they don't even have to aim at the head. Even with very little health, they were not allowed any mistakes. It worked out for them, luckily. So I'm quite interested to see this this level of proficiency here.
For sure, I would definitely have to agree with you on that one. So as we walk into the next round with a 5-0 lead onto Drone Chasers, the lead on to this attacking team does seem to get more and more as we see a team kill onto Sluggy, one of the main utility blockers for this attacking team. Unfortunate. So the lead just keeps getting bigger and bigger, and the chances of this attacking team winning just keep getting smaller and smaller. But we do see a refrag coming onto Blairn now. Unfortunate with a now 4v3 situation. Mean trying to jump out, but does not get the kill, unfortunately. Playing a little bit too aggressive here as Castle tries to get the kill on Spartan, but oh, unfortunate. Frozen does get the kill, actually, on Spartan, my bad. And Shrine's now getting a refrag for Frozen. So a 2v3 situation. Oblock still very much so can win out these engagements, especially given the Pulse's intel, considering, speak of the devil, Pulse does get the kill on CG now. 2v1 situation. Zebo gets the refrag onto Pulse, and it's up to Noski to have to win out the round for his team with about a minute and left down with the diffuser out of the attacker's hands. The attackers are going to have to grab up the diffuser. They do have the diffuser now and are able to plant if they do so wish. So we are going to see possible engagement between Bandit. He does get killed by Zebo though, and that is going to be the first round we do see for the attackers, and it is going to be going down in history for Gym and Bedroom being lost by the defenders.
So maybe this will be the turning point, as we also have the role swap. Maybe, just maybe, the tides will completely turn. It yet remains to be seen, but if we have to take a look and ask ourselves what exactly went wrong there, I wouldn't have a single moment to point out. So they were just firefights with frags and refrags. So this run out here from Twisted was a bit too optimistic. Spartan losing his firefight as well, but then we had the Nitro Cell refrags. It was not in a total and utter defeat or loss for the attackers, or for the defenders, sorry. It came down to individual firefights, and either the O Block gang are getting sloppy, or Drone Chasers were just on top of their games for that one round, because they were simply able to win up their firefights.
I would definitely have to say, though, that the loss on part of O blocking does go down to the aggressive mentality that they were pulling out during that Gym Bedroom hold. I mean, it was absolutely just out of line at that point, I would have to say, considering that they were just doing blatant runouts and they didn't even have the intel on the operators in order to start firing. They just kind of blindly fired and ended up getting themselves killed, unfortunately, which did lead for a good 3 or 4 kills for Drone Chasers team. But now, as we walk into the new role swap, we are going to be seeing a 5-1 lead. So not necessarily optimistic for Drone Chasers, as it is optimum to be getting a 4-2 lead at the split, but still, possibly, they might be able to win out these rounds if they do have enough team chemistry, if they can pull out their strategies correctly, and, of course, most importantly, get enough frags.
Definitely, definitely. No matter the strategy, if you don't get the kills, there's a very unlikely chance of you winning. So, how can you win without getting the kills? You can plant. How can you plant without clearing up the objective? This becomes a much more difficult question to answer. So, the strategy or the meta, the gameplay of the teams is going to be important. How are you going to position yourself? How are you going to flank? If you are able to get to hold a very good line, or if you have a very good roaming game, flanking game, your aim is gonna matter a bit less because you can buy yourselves these other advantages mid firefight. But should it not be the case, we see here that Monty is going to fall. Another double kill here by Maestro. Maestro, once again, no matter the team, no matter the map or even the objective, always a solid top fragger for his team. I would not even be surprised to see him being nerfed shortly because he's just so good.
I would definitely have to agree with you on that one. But as we walk into about the last minute of the round, we are going to be seeing a 3v3 situation with verticality finally getting put into full effect, coming from Buck into the kitchen hatch down. So yes, we are going to be seeing a definite Arsenal vertical play here, with Spartan getting a triple kill for his team, making us have a 2v3 situation now with Twisted and Zebo left to have to defend themselves at this point in the wake of such destruction. But now a 2v2 situation, a good refrag for Twisted onto Noski, a big fragger for the attacking team. Dosvia trying to make an aggressive play down the main hallway, just gets crossfired, Twisted grabbing the double kill, and now Spartan is left to have to grab the ace for his team in order to win out this round.
And there was no real way for him to drop down the hatch, so he did have no other choice but to run out down the staircase. And running especially is going to make so much noise that he just opened himself up to a heavy pre-fire from Zebo here, who is going to easily win the round for the O Block gang, putting us at a 5-2 for the O Block gang Drone Chasers. Sorry. 5-2 situation, so I thought we were at game point, but my bad, it is not the case, which is obviously gonna be good news if you support the Drone Chasers team. It is still a heavy hill to climb if you want to win that map, but it is not impossible, and as it is not, it does not matter to me if it is improbable as long as there's a way. They're not out of the game just yet. I kind of rambled there, but I think you get my point.
For sure. So, yeah, like the motto goes, the game is never over until it's over. Yeah, right there, we're going to see the Sophia crossfire. That was a beautiful crossfire. Definitely knew where that Sophia was, pulling the aggression down the main lane hallway, but it will be ended by Zebo getting the final kill onto the Thermite. But, however, we will walk into our next round with renewed hope and optimism for the Drone Chasers team, as they already have won their first defending round. So, no match point situation for the Oblak gang right now. But we still will see a CCTV hold rather than an Arsenal hold this time around, seeing as they did win out the first round of their defense. So if they do win out this next CCTV round, they will have to be going gym bedroom, or if they want to play a little bit frisky, they can choose to try out the stock bar room. And 9 times out of 10, they will be going the gym bedroom.
Oh, definitely. Going bar is a death wish. There's very little reasons to go for that objective, and if nobody ever goes there, that speaks of an unbalanced map a bit, since there's a bomb site that people have just no incentive to use. So that will be on Ubisoft's hands, because to some point it is going to be repetitive. So you have cash room first, second it's the basement. Should you have won these two sites in a row, you then tend to go gym. Or no, sorry, yeah, gym and bedroom, and you will never ever ever go on the first floor, which is quite a shame because it makes the game a bit more repetitive and a bit less diverse. Monty here could get a wall bang should he have enough intel, but it just does not appear to be the case. The smoke canister will be pushing him back, so there's no real way to block off the doorway and to protect a Zofia that tries to plant. He will be playing very defensively. The diffuser, however, is going to be going down. Spartan gets a kill. Blarn gets another kill. This is going to be putting us at a 2-4 situation. Diffuser is down now. And O Block Gang wins another round. Solid defense here. Attackers were able to funnel in. Were barely, or were able to plant the diffuser. And the defenders were simply pushed back. There's nothing else I can add to it.
I would definitely have to say though that opening up the wall was it was a means to an end. I mean, would definitely have to say that considering that the wall after that the attackers were able to have a stable foothold and for that angle into the objective while that Monty was playing a little bit more aggressively, was pushing back the defenders in complete succession, and unfortunately for the defenders themselves, they didn't really know what to do. They didn't really know how to play around the Monty putting on aggression as well as the plant going down. They kind of just crumbled in the stress of the match itself or the round itself. So considering that, we are going to be put into a 2-6 match point lead now for O Block Gang as the Drone Chasers team does try CCTV again. So in the case that they do lose this round, the match will go to O Block Gang.
So we'll definitely be wishing best of luck to them. But yeah, the odds of them coming back are very slim. So once again, we'll see what will happen. The one thing I'd like to point out, however, is that Frost will be making an appearance. So should Monty not pay attention or simply have his field of view covered by the deployed shield, he will he might fall victim to an easily avoided death. Or even so, we saw the second the Twitch drone apparently. No, there's no Twitch that was there. Thatcher must have lobbed a screw top very early on and getting the easy bedded batteries this way. But yeah, with the nice run out here from Nusky with and the refrag from not from Nusky, from Zebro, sorry, and Means gets the refrag. There is a frost mat right underneath a window, and you cannot just come in rushing, believing that you have a better aim than your opponent if there's a frost mat there. So this could stifle a bit of an aggressive rush here. And was there a thermite breach that opened up the reinforced wall without? Yeah, so thermite here appears to have blown that up. Anyway, the soft wall has been totally destroyed, which is quite confusing to me. Noski wouldn't have tossed a breaching round in that direction, knowing the wall was reinforced. Nonetheless, Shrines here is pushing forward, and he's going to be a big distraction. Does not get the kill. Does get the kill. There is here a trade that just happened, leaving us at a 3-3 situation. No team is especially advantaged there. However, Noski is going to fall. To his dismay, now he only has 20 HP remaining, and that might be good news for the attackers. For the defenders, sorry, if he falls victim to a frost mat, that will be an insta kill for him.
For sure. So, yes, with about 1 minute left on the clock, just to give an update here, it does seem like Garage Control still has fallen to the defenders for now, but if the attackers do try to make the change and try to funnel into Garage, it does seem like Ash though is going down, but if the attackers try to push into Garage, they will definitely meet a lot of contesting points coming from the Frost especially, but it does seem like Thatcher's trying to hold more so of a passive angle on to the CCTV not a CCTV site, but with the 2v2 situation now that Frozen has been taken out of play, a big player so far for the Drone Chasers, it does seem like the defense so far is looking to close out this round with now a 1v2 situation. Just as I say that, CG does get taken out and Blairn does take 2 kills in quick succession, putting us at a win for O Block Gang. Wow, I did not expect that. That is a GG for them.
So I will just say thank you to Skies. You may have seen this French comment, which you most likely did not understand. He says we have a effing good cast together, so we apparently are in an excellent duo. So merci Skies, thank you very much. This is always
Thank
appreciated.
you very much, sir.
And yeah, let's just take a look at the replays and not analyze them too much. The game is over, and let's just enjoy the skill of these two teams that are way better than probably me and you combined.
I would definitely have to agree with you.
Oh, your Discord
Uh,
seems to be lagging a
they do
bit.
have quite a lot of yeah, they do have quite a lot of years of experience on under their belt, but nonetheless they are still human and they are still fault to loss considering the set.
Definitely, we're losing connection from time to time, and this is a bit concerning. You appear to be back
Oh,
on. Oh god, if what I think is happening, which I hope it's not the case, maybe your audio on the streams end will start lagging. Uh, Longtime followers, or should I just say active followers of mine, will know how annoying this is for me. But yeah, I do have a lot of audio issues these days, and I hate it. So, we will have. Let me just. Oh, Black Gang right here, jump to them. They have just won their match. The opponent for the quarterfinals has not yet been. Let me just put you into this perspective, because that's going to be quite important. Oh, Black Gang, this match, let's even zoom in a bit. This match is yet over, okay? Let's just give the players time to enter the results, and O Black Gang will be displayed in this quarterfinal. However, we can't quite yet decide of their opponents because that match or the previous match isn't over. The previous match itself, neither of these teams has qualified to do it so far. So we have at the very least, however much amount of time is left on their matches, plus say an hour to an hour and a half to do this match plus map ban and score reporting and everything. So we would not start this quarterfinal before at least 11:15, maybe even more. Should there be a rehost, maybe even two, so each team is entitled to one rehost per map. Should we have an overtime? Should there be a protest? Any of those things can happen, and it would lead us to at least have a very long pause. So long, even that they would probably be eligible to ask to postpone this match. So my question to you and my question to the chat as well would be, do you guys want to stick around for the possibility of maybe having this match tonight? It is even quarterfinals, so I don't think that we'll go up to the grand final, which itself is a best of three. So yeah, do we want to stick around or just call it a night?
I think we should try to stick around as long as possible, I would say. But if we obviously go beyond 11 or go if those two matches go beyond 11, then that might be a bit of a situation on our hands, eh?
So yeah, the one thing, Beast Rope, thank you for following. Yeah, I was just also looking at that. Obviously, ESL doesn't want us to display the follow notification in the actual game itself because we want to put the player forward, not the streamer, in this case, the casters. So yeah, I was just looking if we had had a couple of followers during the match. It does not appear to be the case. So thank you to Beast Drop, and nobody else there is awaiting a response. Yeah, because that's the thing. Thinking of the stream itself, it would be kind of disappointing to have, say, 2.5 or even 3, okay, 1.5 hours at the very least of intermission screen just to cut off the stream. So there would be no point for the viewer to wait that long, which is why I would tend to say we could cut off the stream here. And since tomorrow is Labor Day, since for us Canadians and Americans, we have the day off, we can just cast tomorrow. We have nothing planned. So why not do it this way? What do you think?
I would have to say that I think we should try to wait it out as if it goes beyond 11, if the match itself goes beyond 11, I would say we should call it quits, but if it does not, or if it is close to being done by that time, then I would say we should keep on going.
All right. So we do have the players that say that they love the stream. So we have Blarn
Yeah, oh
saying,
my
"I
gosh,
love the
that's
stream."
amazing.
Well, thank
Thank
you.
you, everybody. Especially, I mean, for you.
Yeah,
That's
coming
wild.
coming from you guys, this means a lot because we would expect you guys to have fairly high standard. Seeing your level, your gameplay level. Nonetheless, we are getting better and better to just keep on talking and keeping the stream entertaining when there's nothing going on. But we won't be able to talk for a full hour and a half and keep that interesting. So I think I'll just say thank you to everybody again and row with the follow. So I think that is the whole of O Block Gang that just followed us right here. So yeah, thank you guys again for that. And I will kick us into the intermission screen. There might be another game after this one if the opponents are decided quickly enough, and if not, the intermission screen might just be the last thing you'll see. So yeah, once again, thank you all for being here, and we'll see each other later. And if not, we'll just pick off tomorrow wherever the teams are going to be leaving off. I won't be casting up until 2 a.m. Some of the players play till then. The grand final will more than likely, or will most likely be played tomorrow. So yeah, thank you all for being here. See you later, if not tomorrow. Let's bring the mics back on. Let's come over here in this beautiful intermission screen and prepare the game. So our map is going to be Clubhouse again. So we have actually switched branches here. Should we have waited for the opponents of the previous winners, it would have taken a bit of time. So OZN here will be invited. There we go. And in the
I'm in
other
your
team,
parsec now.
yep, I saw that. So just open up that, and you should be good. RH, and I will have Rehokes. There we go. So, as I was kind of saying here, let's update the in-game overlay. Creds for skins this time will be Canadian. So we no longer have a metaphorical civil war going on. It is a proper NA battle. And Ozone Esports. They even have a logo, which I could upload. Or just plainly download from the sites and re-upload. However, it would be kind of unbalanced to have a logo and on the other side a flag. So I think I will leave them be for tonight. Rehokes says Blarn Goat. I am not quite sure I understand this reference.
Goat means greatest of all time.
Ah, okay. Because we had a player last time that was Blarn. And
yeah, which is what he's saying. He's saying Blarn is goat.
yeah, I see. And I thought he was kind of saying Blarn is a literal goat. And there are way better insults than calling somebody a goat, right? So I was scratching my head there. Let's see
It's okay.
if that's good. Let's
I enjoy
prepare.
explaining American references.
Yeah. Well, thank you for educating me. I will be a tad smarter tonight because of you.
You learn something new, the more you know.
That's how you do it. So yeah,
All right.
Rehawks is here. We thank you, Rehawks, by the way, for the follow, and also Speedy Avocado. I guess he will be one of the creds for skin guys. Frenzy in the game chat saying, Rex, you're supposed to be playing Destiny. Rehawks saying, yes. God damn it, doing both. Yeah, so these guys, I would suppose, know each other since they seem fairly friendly in chat. Nonetheless,
Oh,
I will be preparing the notebook.
for this game, I will probably take my foot off the gas here and relax a little bit more. Probably do more analyzing.
Alright, yep, sounds good. Okay, let's just
Um,
update the team names. So, creds for skin are in the blue team. And Ozone Esports in the orange. Cybernetics said he is ready. Let's just wait for confirmation from the blue guys, from the creds for skin guys. Plex saying ready. Alright, good luck. Have fun. May the best team win, but this is a bit too long to type out. So let's just start the game.
Alrighty, so going straight into Clubhouse. I actually really do like this map. Casting it, I mean, it's been a bit repetitive today, but we'll have to roll with it. So, Clubhouse, do love to say that it is a more defense-sided map. We've already been over this, especially with the CCTV site going into it, the new metas for Arsenal, CCTV, especially gym bedroom, some metas for that, definitely. Would have to say a lot more defense-sided, but yeah, obviously Maverick is going to be a very sensible, logical ban considering that Maverick is a big player for the CCTV site as well as the Arsenal hatches. So taking away Maverick is definitely great for the utility of really both teams in essence, because again, defense side of map, you're going to want as many defense rounds as you can possibly get under your belt. Obviously, Blackbeard actually seems like more of a target ban from these guys because Blackbeard isn't necessarily that big of an operator unless you're trying to play for either breaches or Windows. Not really sure. Yeah, he's saying, Chags. We're not really sure where that's coming from. Seems like more of a target ban, but
It's like you know.
I
There we go. There we go,
yeah.
chat. They know. At a very high level of proficiency, the players tend to know each other really well because it becomes a very exclusive club. There no there's so few players that they just all know each other.
Yeah, I would have to definitely agree with you on that one, but Echo be our last two picks for banning, of course. More sensible bans coming from these attacking and defending teams. Would have to say that nothing out of the ordinary coming from them. It's really just more of a competitive slash ranked setup. And again, it's very not out of the ordinary. That's all I can say about it. But as we walk into our first site, it's gonna be surprisingly gym bedroom. What are your thoughts about this one?
So I believe we've seen a very first defense on Gym Bedroom before, and it was the refrag against Death Row team. First of all, as an attacker, you do expect the defenders to go for the obvious site. So you will craft an attacking composition in order to attack, in this case, CCTV and cash room. So they will have to kind of adapt their composition for the bedroom here. How much do you need to adapt the composition for a bedroom push? Honestly, not that much, as I am lagging my ass off. Is it the server or is it just me? I was seeing some weird things here from the shock wires, so let's just hope it was the server. See here. Uh, that's not just FPS glitching, that is Bandit. Having a problem communicating whatever he is doing with the server, and the server sending really weird things in return. But how... Okay, yeah, I did have a bit of a networking issue there. But we're back. As Spencer is reinforcing while the attackers are already spawned in, this might be problematic if we see an extremely aggressive rush here from their Creds for Skin guys, but that does not appear to be the case. Yeah, definitely these servers seem to be chugging a bit, or maybe it's just my connection. But something's
Actually,
up.
yeah. So speaking about the actual team composition here, though, we do have a Capital, Buck, and Thatcher. So it is a lot of utility for the attacking team with the first pick of the game, first pick of the round, that it's going to be on a unsuspecting Jaeger. So yeah, Rome game definitely shut down for that Jaeger there, unfortunately, by the Thermite with the breach onto CCTV wall. But nonetheless, we are still, like I was saying, we are definitely going to be seeing a lot of utility being played from these guys. So in the case that they would need to adapt, it isn't necessarily going to be a hard switch, considering that all this utility can be used for different sites, and it's very versatile and ultimately universal.
Yeah, definitely. This lagging is really messing me up. Like, we can see here, Darn clearly has the gun in his hands, is trying to go for the peak, but Spencer will be there blocking off his push. Gets a kill, but will lose a lot of health doing so. Is it gonna matter in the long run? I don't think so. It's a 4v2 situation. Worst case scenario, Spencer could easily die and then communicate Pixel's the last attacker's position to the rest of his team, but he is clearly going to be picked off here.
Are you seeing this lag as well?
Yeah. What you're seeing, it's
Oh.
um, it's not a screen share lag. It's really on the gaming PC, which then feeds into the streaming PC. So that is really unsettling for me. So while we have the replays running, I will let you do
Yeah,
your
you might
thing.
want to figure out where your CPU kind of lagging there.
Yeah.
But while we're actually talking about that, on the whole topic of it, we do. Oh yeah, that definitely was that was definitely lag there. Unfortunate for them, but Still, nonetheless, it was a great play coming from Bandit onto the hatch. Being able to see that Capitao, definitely, it was, yeah, definitely have to have 2020 for that one. But, yeah, Thermite getting the first pick of the round on a definitely unsuspecting Jaeger. That was quite the play from him. Obviously, being able to create that Habana breach, that Jaeger definitely must have not heard it. Otherwise, he would have prepared for the attacker to peek. And unfortunately, he did not. So he does get simply picked off from that. But as we walk into the next round, we are going to see a Church Arsenal hold. So this time around, Ozone Esports definitely was able to get the upper hand on the attackers by going gym bedroom. So yeah, no utility, no money utility in the world could prevent the defenders from taking that win on the site for gym bedroom. It honestly definitely was a good idea on their part, considering that they knew what they were doing, they had a plan, they executed it absolutely beautifully, and they knew they wanted to catch the attacking team off guard, and look at what they did, right? A
It
round for them.
worked. Yeah, it worked this time, and once again, we have seen this kind of play before, and it's worked the last time as well. So at some point, we might just end up considering this some sort of a meta or counterculture meta. I don't know how I can explain myself. This Nitro Cell is going to get a nice refrag here. But yeah, the meta of the guys that don't want to follow the established best practices, or that don't want to follow the one strategy that everybody is doing. Cybernetics here roaming with Mute, something that's it's going to be a bit of an unexpected surprise here. Nonetheless, the surprise will be all he needs to get the kill. Riddle seems to be thinking some pressure will be coming from upstairs, but that's just not the case. So he will be holding a dead angle and more or less just chasing ghosts. Erdan here knows he will have a hard time planting the exothermic charge, or in the case of the elite skin, the Texan Dynamite, as the impact matrix floor has been opened up. Let's see if one of the defenders is crazy enough to get there. Apparently not. Spencer is, but he doesn't have the impact nades anymore. He's used his a long time ago, so Thermite should be able to open up that trap door.
Doesn't actually place down the charge yet, but yeah, it looks like he's about to place down the charge. Definitely trying to make an attempt for that hatch now. Is Ash now playing a little bit more aggressive on to the bar 8-ball pool situation here with Mute, playing very passively in Strip Club. Now he knows he's being watched, he knows Ash is on his tail, but still decides to play very passively. Now kind of trying to take a aggressive angle, does get a little bit of damage on the Ash, so she is a little bit more softened for when he actually has to go into a real engagement with her one-on-one. But now a 1v4 situation as Ash does get taken away, taken off the board now with about 30 seconds left in the round. Mew making his shotgun advance, and he doesn't get the kill as and he's just able to pick up the quick kill on the Mew. But all in all, wasn't enough as OCN, I believe,
Vitae. Yeah, Vitae.
Vitae. Not quite sure how to pronounce the name, but he does pick up the final and lasting kill from the second round, allowing Ozone Esports to get a 2-0 lead on Creds for Skins.
Their defense so far is going really good. So one hypothesis I might try to go for here is you would expect them to defend the easiest bomb sites, which are undoubtedly CCTV and cash room. So they've went gym once. For the second round, well, this time Creds for Skins will think to themselves, okay, they've bluffed once, now they'll go for the easy defense. Doing that twice might be a really offsetting thing here, as we're going to see a bar defense, the first bar defense I'm personally witnessing in a very long time. I guess it's going to be very similar for you as well. When is the last time you've seen bar being defended in anything other than a casual match? Simply because you cannot choose your spawn point there.
I mean, I've actually seen it being played in Pro League from G2. I've seen G2 try. I believe it was either G2. It was a clubhouse. Obviously, it was which clubhouse? Which team they were going against? But yeah, I was watching the Riley Major, and they tried playing bar and stock, and it just failed horribly for them. So honestly, I would love to see how these guys can try to pull this off, because it's it's such a hard site to plant for so many different reasons, and I feel bad for anybody who has to go through that.
And at the same time, so this is you're saying it's hard to plant. Uh, yeah. At the same time, we would expect this to be the hardest spot to defend. So I believe your Creds for Skins are being caught totally off guard, as they have absolutely no smokes whatsoever. I'll have to mute myself. Go on.
Oh, no, you are all right. But yeah, as we go on into the first minute of the round, the attacking team already does have the CCTV locked down and in their control. So these guys are definitely looking to contest the top floors. The first kill does go down for Habana, so that is definitely a hard breacher down for the attacking team, but possible intel now for them as well. So I guess you could say it's a double-edged sword in a way, but now a 44 situation with a good angle coming from Zofia, so very interesting from her. But yeah, I definitely would have to say Barstock is, I believe, to correct myself, one of the hardest sites to defend. I meant to actually say that in the first place. That was my bad. But nonetheless, it is a very hard site to defend, and these guys do seem to be, however, doing it pretty decently with the 44 situation. Regardless, I mean, 1.5 minutes in the round, I'd say I guess they're trying their hearts out on this one, but the diffuser's not really in the attacking favor right now. It's not really picked up at the moment. Hopefully these guys will be able to pick it up soon and get a plant down if possible. But yeah, Thatcher goes down, and Vite picks up the kill on him, unfortunately. But with about a minute left in the round, the defending team actually looks like they might win. They might be actually in the favor now to win out this round.
With a nice C4 kill here, that is going to even increase their odds of winning. Plex here gets a first kill. Vaite with the roaming game is going to be very dangerous. Pixel here, sorry. Pixel here in a 1v3 situation, 30 seconds on the clock. He has roamers left and right, and he simply doesn't have the time to chase them all down one by one. But at the same time, he did not really have an alternative. So he went after Vite, did not get the kill, and that is going to be a victory in bar and stock, something very few of us were actually expecting. And just to state the obvious, you may have noticed I'm being a bit quieter now since people around me are going to sleep. So please pardon my seeming lack of enthusiasm. It is not that the game is boring, it's just that I will get my ass kicked if I end up screaming because of some amazing gameplay that is bound to happen. We're in quarterfinals after all.
Yeah, I will. I'll definitely have to make sure to put in the enthusiasm for you and me both, because this is going to be quite a game for both teams. It actually seems like, even though Ozone Esports does definitely seem in the lead, they might be able to. Actually, they might lose. I've seen situations on, especially Clubhouse, such a defense-sided map, where the attacking team comes back in their defending quarter because they just it's such a one-sided map to where you get rounds so easily on defense, and you can build momentum so quickly to the point where you're already in match point, or already in overtime with each other. So I can imagine that Creds for Skin still, even with the 0-3 situation, still does have a chance to come back. But nonetheless, the game definitely never is over until it is over. So we do see Castle though roaming in Lounge with a. Actually, I've never really seen this Castle strat be played before. Putting castles on stock and having a rotate into Garage is actually pretty interesting. Have you seen it before?
I've seen this before in ESL actually, so it's nothing new. The idea being this, well, this lounge here is a big junction between many different hallways, staircases, doorways that could easily lead towards the garage or the objective itself to the staircase. So cutting this off, you can't hold this angle without anybody being there, without any reinforcements being there, because Spencer will then be flanked from all sides, which is just not a viable option. So the castle barricades here will be his saving grace. However, Sledge is going to make short work of these castle barricades as the first knock slightly misses the barricade. There's somebody in the chat that tried the exclamation mark casters command, which sadly does not exist on the bot. I haven't created it so far. So do you want to take half a second to introduce yourself?
Yes, sir. My name is Trefro, aka Jenna, and I am not quite an ESL caster yet, but I'm along with Hans here for the ride of the go4, so just trying to get as much experience as I can. But now we are going back to the game here, obviously, with quite a lot of plays, so the actual wall itself has been opened, like, wide breached completely. I didn't even see that coming. Oh my gosh. So much just happened in the span of of 20 seconds there with the attackers getting their first win, ironically, on one of the hardest sites to attack. So I think, honestly, I wasn't able to get a very good look at part of the round considering I had to reconnect with Parsec, but from what I could see, it definitely did seem like once the attackers got a foothold by opening a breach into the main armory wall, they were able to get a couple quick kills and win out the round by just finishing off the defenders and getting enough frags.
So it was quite interesting to see this castle's strategy on the first floor. I have seen it before. I've seen it work very well before. If you don't have a sledge to knock him over, you have to go with the melee 11 times, I believe, which will leave your feet totally exposed and vulnerable. However, this time it was just not the case. Attackers were really easily able to get that pesky castle out of the way so quickly, and having this spread out defense obviously is going to weaken the defenses on the actual objective itself, which is why Thermite was able to open up the ledge so easily.
I can definitely agree with you on that one. But as we go into our fifth round of regulation time, we do have a 1-3 scoreline and a Church Arsenal play now, which was previously won by the Defenders, one of the first sites of the Defenders playthrough here, and they won it actually pretty easily, so hopefully they will be able to do the same thing this time around as well. But we might be able to see a bit of a different outcome if the attackers are actually able to get open all of the hatches and possibly Church Wall if they play their cards right and definitely play on the meta.
It seems, however, that unlike last time, Cybernetics' roam will not happen. We all remember how pesky and how dangerous he was. He got 1 or 2 kills and then just retreated into the strip club, portion of the map, and then the attackers had to spare one of their members to get him out, which just did not work, thus costing them so much time on the clock. Here we've had a couple of impact nades from Smoke, and Friends is going to use his last impact nade to destroy the X-Kairos, I believe. So the hatches will remain reinforced, but Thermite was able to open up the dirt tunnel. We'll try with a Texan Dynamite this time, and nobody's close enough to prevent that from opening. The Natural Cell will be tossed, but it does no significant effect.
Yes, for sure. So no actual damage done with the Nitro Cell, so that is going to be utility down for the defenders. And as the attackers are making a slight push now into a dirt tunnel, they're kind of inching their way closer and closer to get a possible angle on some of the defenders. They do know where they are, but the attackers still, with the element of surprise, are able to get a good enough angle on the defenders, get a kill on the mute quick succession, as we do love to see it. But we will do see another kill as the Legion gets taken down, and now the attackers are in the objective. Smoke getting a kill now a 3v2 situation, trying to smoke out the remaining attacker, but Sledge runs in, grabs the diffuser very heroically, and it possibly might make the attempt to plant. So we are going to be seeing Valkyrie trying to have some vertical play, takes down the Sledge, puts her into a 2v1 situation. Thatcher is going to be holding on the main stairs, which is where Valkyrie is attempting to run down. Does see the Claymore, is able to take out the Claymore, thankfully. Valkyrie does get lit up in the process, though. Takes down one of the presiding attackers. Now, the diffuser hasn't been put down quite yet, so she does have a little... Oh, sorry, the diffuser has been put down, my bad. So she doesn't have very much time in order to attack at this point, but she might have to... She's going to have to make a push very soon here, as Thatcher is trying to play a runaround game with her. And Valkyrie is going to peek the Thatcher. Thatcher doesn't get killed by that, buddy peeks her in... Just, I guess, peeks her, and as a result, wins out the gunfight because of her pre-fire, which is unfortunate.
It's quite unfortunate that she wasn't able to get the kill either with that Valkyrie cam, which Thatcher shot down as soon as he got the final kill. So Valkyrie had the intel to get the kill as well, and that just was not enough, which is quite surprising to me, honestly.
Unfortunate for her.
Nonetheless, here we are. The slight disadvantage that Creds4Skins had is now slowly but surely being regained. Ozone Esports leading by a single point. And let's see if they are able to keep the lead or if it's just going to slip out of their hands.
Sorry for everybody watching if our energy level seems low. Hans does have to, Hans can't scream, and neither really can I, but we are still trying to keep enthusiasm in the in the realm here, unfortunately. But as we go into, I guess, the next round here, we will again have the 2-3 scoreline definitely be a factor here, but it seems like Creds4Skins is definitely pulling a comeback here, and they might be able to get a little bit of momentum in order to win out a couple more rounds for their team. So we are going to be playing Arsenal Room as well. Again, once again, for the defending team. And we might be able to see something a little bit different from them. Hopefully we will be able to see that their individual engagements do end up being won and fought out. Like firefights ultimately being won because that was one of their biggest failures in the previous round. So we might be able to get a glimpse of how well they can play out this round. However, I will hand it off to you now, though, because I do have to get a drink of water.
Sure, no problem. And I was thinking, since we cannot really do play-by-play efficiently because we cannot, or we literally cannot get the amounts of energy in to make it convincing, why not jump into heavy analysis slash debate slash open conversation? And I was wondering about attackers' choices of, oh, nice nitro cell here, of attackers' choices of site. So you can see all of the attackers except for Zofia, who is currently droning, have the ACOG. So the M762 here does have the holographic sight. And what are your opinions on when should you run the one or the other, and why do you believe out of all the operators, Zofia does not have the ACOG here? Because I mean,
well, I mean, I would definitely have to say that it really just... Oh, sorry.
yeah, I was going to say, at this level of gameplay, it is not a coincidence or just because everything is thought out and nothing is left to chance. So this goes according to some sort of plan, and I was just wondering if you could crack the code for me, because I am at a loss as to what the tactical advantage the guys are trying to get from having Zofia run the ACOG. Pointman, I can understand, because you're not trying to go for these long-range firefights, but Sledge would be a pointman since he is a breacher, and well, out of the different operators, Sledge would be a very likely entry fragger, yet he does not run ACOG, only Zofia does. Zofia, who got into the OBJ, by the way, and got 2 little kills by doing so.
So, sorry to cut my conversation short there, but yeah, I would have to continue by saying that Zofia actually able to. Oh, and the defenders won that round. Actually, that was a pretty good clutch coming from Cybernex.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Would have to agree, but sorry, continuing the conversation though. It really depends on the type of engagements you're going for. It depends on what your battle plan for the beginning of the round should be. Usually, what I like to do when I'm playing is think of my path through the actual map that I'm going to take for the round, whether it be, through the actual main hall or whether it be through dirt tunnel like the Zofia took. I usually choose my sites depending on what type of engagements I'm going to be taking, generally short range or long range. If I'm taking short range, I will usually either take hollow or reflex, and if I'm doing long range, I'll obviously take ACOG. I mean, it's really, it goes down to something simple as that. It's not necessarily more complex than that, and sometimes, it even comes down to personal preference, whether you would prefer to have hollow over ACOG, whether you think that the magnification screws up sensitivity, that whole thing. There's usually personal reasons for actually wanting to use one side over the other, but when it comes down to strategy, I would definitely have to say short range engagements versus long range.
Definitely, and this was the answer I was actually expecting. There's no magic or there are no undercurrents here. It's not magic, right? However, Zofia was kind of going for long range engagements. When you're in the dirt tunnel, and if should one of the defenders be there trying to prevent you from entering, you'd have to hold these tiny angles, and if you're peeking into the objective, you will be holding a very long line of sight. So the ACOG here becomes very helpful, especially if you want to have an advantage over defenders who themselves do not have this kind of magnification, except in some very rare instances. For example, Kaid here, who does not play ACOG either. His pistol has a better optic than his main gun, one could argue.
I mean, when you're thinking about it though, in the situation of the Zofia basically, from Dirt Tunnel, walked straight into the objective and began to hold angles for her team once she was on the attack. So, in essence, she really was going for short range engagements, considering that she was really, I mean, attempting attempting to walk straight into the objective and prevent the defenders from actually being able to funnel in from rotate spots.
So here we will have an attempted nade, which will push Doc back a bit, but the nade wasn't meant for Doc, it was meant for Pixels, who was not standing right by his bandit batteries. He will be able probably to cut off one of these things, but the X-Kairos might just blow up. Oh, barely not! And he even still has 3 shock wires left. Kaid is out of Electroclaws here, so the idea was you toss an Electroclaw, forcing Thatcher to use up one of his EMP nades, and you basically still have your gadgets together. So Thermite and Hibana will have to find another way in, and it is exactly what they're going to try and do. Frenzy here is droning. He will find Rudy real quick, who will himself have to move. He went for the Impact Matrix, which arguably worked, but it left him vulnerable to Vitays. Was it even a wallbang? I believe so. So nice shots here, trying to get up even further, but Riddle here is still the master of Garage. And with 2 of the 3 attackers remaining right by that door, there is a very good opportunity for him to deal massive damage to the attackers, which is just not going to happen as they have rotated. And with 40 seconds remaining, I mean, you still can rotate. You can drone one last time, but hesitation is a luxury. They are no longer allowed to have 30 seconds remaining, and a rush is now mandatory. He does not even shoot the camera, simply because nobody was looking through it. Cybernetics here, trying to go for the pre-fires, trying to find a lucky angle. Sadly, it just doesn't happen, and now he will be linked up with Frenzy right in time to get the kill in the smoke, who luckily does not have time to get off the smoke canister. Pixels gets a double kill here, nice refrag. He will be challenged by Cybernetics, who gets the kill, 3 seconds remaining. He has no choice but to go for the plant. He will try. Oh, he is barely too late.
unfortunate for the attacking team, but ultimately, they truthfully, I mean, they fell prey, they fell victim to haste in that situation. I mean, if you think about it, it was the last 30 seconds of the round, and the attacking team wasn't even in the actual like objective, or wasn't even in the inside of the actual building. So when when it comes down to about the last 10 seconds of the round and Habana isn't into the actual objective, you start raising eyebrows. It raises red flags, considering that this is a very high level of play. This is a very competitive level of play, and these guys are definitely playing not necessarily for decisiveness at this point, but for haste.
So yeah, we do have Telio saying, Telio, I hope I pronounced this correctly, that's because they're using Zofia as an entry frag. Yeah, that's basically what was happening. And people just reacting to the gameplay. So we will have as a second defense here by Creds for Skins. We'll be playing bedrooms, so they apparently prefer not to go downstairs, which is a bit surprising. There would be a general consensus that the basement area is a bit easier to defend. However, since it's easier to defend, people will go there more often, and they will have less experience as a result to attack the other bomb sites. So this might be one of the reasons why we have seen this previous defense of not garage, sorry, bar. If you say to yourself, the Creds for Skin Ozone was defending back then, the Creds for Skins guys barely ever attack garage, and if we have tried and perfected the very best defense possible on this site, well, maybe, just maybe, you'll find the way to win, even though you're at a tactical disadvantage because of the bomb site. It's just a theory. I'm just guessing here as to what's happening in the players' heads. I have no way of proving either that I'm right or that I'm wrong. So I will just run with it and hope that I'm accurately able to predict what's going through these guys' heads.
I mean, in an orthodox setting, I for sure would agree with you on that assumption, but when we're speaking about these teams in this specific situation, it does come to mind that Gym Bedroom was the actual bomb site that this team has won most often. So I definitely can say that statistically, this team has, been able to win out this site, so why not go it again? I mean, you can imagine that would be their, thought or train of thought or thinking when coming to it, because they they didn't necessarily have the same outcome with the bottom floor arsenal. They didn't necessarily have the same outcome with CCTV, so they say, hey, why don't we try gym bedroom? And I mean, considering it's been working so far, and now in a 3v3 situation with about, 1 minute left on the clock, hey, I mean, it's one of their best outcomes so far, so why not keep on going with it?
And as we see here, the tables being totally turned. This was a 3v5 situation, now 3v3 or even 2v2. So this is looking really good for Creds for Skins here. Even with 40 seconds remaining, attackers still have plenty of time to plant the diffuser, but the lines that are being held are so efficient. As I say this, however, Therma is going to be able to get a kill. Refrag here, Pixel will be going. He has the triple kill. He will be trying to go for the 4K. Seems to know exactly where Hibana is, but Hibana has the ACOG. At this distance, she might just have the advantage. But he's there right behind that piece of apparently undestructible or not well bangable material. Going for the pre-fire does not work. Pixel gets the kill. Creds for Skins winning the 8th round, putting us at a 4v4 for 2-4 situation. Alright, let's take a look at these replays. So the round was quite standard. Nothing was quite out of the ordinary. We try to defend cash room, so we go for an extended defense instead of hunkering up only on the objective, which is quite standard at this point. Everybody does that. Sadly, it didn't work out too well. Attackers were able to get into construction really easily, but once they were in construction, their progress was totally halted. Uh, in big part here by Bandit Pixels or Pixel. There is no S at the end of that gamer tag. He got an easy 4K here. With minimal movement, his position was known, and even with that advantage, the attackers, Creds for Ozone Esports, sorry, were not able to get him out. All of that brings us back on an even playing field, 4-4. So any and all advantage we might have had by the 3-0 situation at the beginning here from Ozone Esports is now lost. Their momentum is now totally gone, and it is actually Creds for Skins who are on a roll now.
For sure. I would definitely have to agree with you there, but we are going to see a bottom floor hold now from Creds for Skins. So, pretty, I would say pretty orthodox hold, for sure from these guys, but nonetheless, they are going to have to play it through if they want to win out these rounds, because they have already won Jib Bedroom. I believe they have already won CCTV as well, so this is really the only other option that they can go. But hopefully we will be able to see here the verticality of the attack and how well they can actually use it, because they are going to be putting into play the Thermite as well as the Habana. So two great picks for hard breaching capabilities if you want to be able to play vertical and use hatches to your advantage for sure.
Just for the anecdote, we've talked way too long, or way longer than we should have, about these things, but right now everybody on the attacking team is running an ACOG, so definitely the players are not just setting their guns once and forgetting about it. They're changing it up as the game goes along, just to make sure to keep their guns up to at the best setting for the playstyle that they intend to choose. A drone here is going to come down, but Rehoax will shoot it down really quickly, preventing any intel from being taken by the attackers, and he knows the Evil Eye will be disabled, but he will turn it in a way that will make it very difficult for it to be destroyed. Jolts just barely gets it, but Pixel will get the kill on Frenzy. Riddle gets a kill at the very same moment, basically stealing Pixels a second kill here. He was well poised to get that, but yeah, team play is teamwork rather than kill stealing at this type of play level. Spencer here in the utility room by Blue, as we like to call it, doesn't really know if he wants to go towards A or B. He will peek A and will die doing so. This will leave us in a 2v2 situation. Two last attackers are right here. Cybernetics gets a kill, gets refragged instantly, but Maestro is very low. One lucky wallbang would get it. Cybernetics will crawl back and try to be revived with 37 seconds remaining. The attackers are right by the objective, so they don't really have to rotate or to drone or to do anything. They only have to find their way into the objective. Thermite here will go for heavy pre-fires, and Cybernetics finally gets the kill.
Yes, it is going to be a heavy ACOG play coming from Habana. Unfortunately, the Maestro did fall to the 20 health that Habana did possess, but nevertheless, it is going to be a round for the orange team. So yeah, it was actually quite the round for them coming into this. They did play a lot. They did play very, very heavy on the verticality of, yeah, kind of like we predicted. They did play very heavy on the verticality play with Moto. So we do love to see it. But I mean, we do love to see the verticality being played, but I would have liked to see a lot more pressure onto Blue and Dirt as well, if possible. Because we do love to have versatility and just being able to mix it up once in a while instead of, doing the same exact meta or the same exact pushes every single round. It becomes, adaptable and predictable.
You do bring up
So we
the
do love to see when people switch it up.
yeah, switching it up is always interesting from a spectator perspective, and as well it makes sure that you're not too predictable. Should the attackers know, or the defenders in this case, know exactly where the attack is going to be coming from, they will adapt to it very easily. However, you were bringing up the eternal dilemma. Do we want to all push from the same angle and use our firepower together to just have to just spray as much bullets as possible into one direction through one doorway, or do we want to split up and put pressure from different angles? For example, you could have an attacker on every hatch. You could have the third guy in blue and the last one dirt tunnel, for example. But the defenders can just as well all look to a different window, doorway, entry point, and counteract your guys. And by splitting up this way, you eliminate every possibility for a refrag. If everybody is coming from a different side, uh, it does come down to individual gunfights, which is not the safest way to play. Team play is sometimes much more reliable than simple gun skill, because your opponent also has gun skill, but if you know he's alone, there isn't much he can do against a good coordinated team. As the outside wall here will be breached, Pixel will be pushed back a bit, back into cash room. He still has full health, so he tried bandit tricksing, didn't work, but other than the wall being opened, no loss for the defenders here.
Unfortunate, but true. And again, like you were saying, it is all very situational, so it comes down to the different situations and how well you can adapt and play to those different types of team play. But regardless, we are going to see about 135 left on the clock and a good window for the attackers to execute a possible plan that they want to. And it does seem like they will play heavy on the armory construction. So coming from both sides, applying pressure from the construction as well as armory definitely is a great idea for being able to hold angles and put the defenders in spots where they do feel pressured and where they do feel stressed to crumble. We do, yeah, we do definitely love to see a very slow yet methodical play from these defenders and actually from the attackers as well.
And here we go. I was gonna say, speaking from slow and methodical, Bandit went for very long roaming, which paid out. He got 2 kills, but got picked off in the end as well by a grenade, I believe. I saw a grenade pop into the kill feed, and the round ended up really quickly as we had a couple of kills that happened in very fast succession. So I'm not entirely sure how he got picked off, but visibly it did not work out too well for the defenders here. This attack will lead Ozone Esports into a match point situation. Let's see if they can win this here. After all, the Creds for Skin guys only have to win 2 rounds if they want to go into overtime, and they have won 2 rounds in a row before by CCTV and Bedroom, which they were defending. Speaking of which, they go CCTV again. Obviously, you guys can't quite see it because of the replays, which are looping. So let's just take a look at that defense. We are going to be at the very same spot as before, however, the composition itself will be quite different. We will forego the Valkyrie for, I believe, a Pulse. This speaks of a much bigger will to roam. Bandit also really light, obviously he won't be roaming. And we finally have Jaeger. Once he's put down his ADS, or in the case of the Elite skin, the ring-necked gadgets all over the place, he's just a regular 3-speed who can do wonders when he is roaming. So let's see how he will play. Definitely not a anchor-centric kit that he has.
I can relate to that, Jaeger. Every time I have a reinforcement and I use them and I completely forget I use them just in the moment. And he thought he had them. That's so unfortunate. But yeah, we are gonna be put at a 4-6 match point score line. So Creds for Skins is definitely gonna have to do something a little bit different, and it does seem like they are an result of that. But yeah, like I was saying, they are going to have a different play style, possibly pull something creative if they truly want to win out these next 2 rounds and don't want to fall prey to Ozone Esports foundation of a team. But yes, so with about 2:30 left on the round, we are going to see for sure a Bandit Tricking versus Thermite, Zofia, and Thatcher situation. Obviously, not necessarily out of the ordinary, but it is it is a very, very interesting strategy to see all the time nonetheless. But we are going to see our first blood of the round, which is going to be Jaeger. And that is a very roaming type of operator getting taken down right off the bat. Definitely not good for the defenders in a match point situation. So hopefully they will be able to bring it back, get a couple frags, maybe even out the odds. But seeing as we do have a breach that is going to be opened, odds are they might not.
So this was tying up a lot of the attackers' resources. We had Thermite, Thatcher, and Hibana who were all working towards that single breach. To their credit, though, it worked wonderfully. Bandit did not even try to put down a battery to protect it, which could have worked in their favor. Had he been, say, half a second too late, he would have been stuck in the animation of planting down the battery while the wall would have blown up, killing him in the process. So fortunately for him, unfortunately if you are rooting for the Ozone Esports team, that did not quite work out this way, as we get a nice nitro kill here, which is going to even the odds again. However, that big wall that's been opened seems to be quite good looking for the attackers. As I say this, however, Kaid with the ACOG and the cross angle here in the garage is going to get a nice kill, leaving Thermite Jolts alone with very little health here. Should he fall, should he lose the diffuser, someone will have to go for a rotation, pick it back up, so he will survive to the Kaid here. However, Riddle is right here and will get the first kill. This is not looking too good. With 28 seconds remaining, the attackers will have to get in, go through the objective, run back out, pick the diffuser, and come back in. Or just go on the roof, but they would lose precious seconds doing so. So this is looking grim. Nice wallbang tries here, but this is a reinforced wall, and he was not shooting through the Hibana holes. So no luck here. Creds for Skins winning the 11th round. They're not out yet. However, their backs are still against the wall. Ozone Esports, nice double kill here. Ozone Esports still in a match point situation. So the Creds for Skin guys absolutely, definitely have to win the next round if they want a shot at winning this.
Yeah, just to comment back on that round, the indecisiveness was once again the failure of the attacking team. They didn't necessarily form up correctly, and because of that, they did lose a lot of precious time when trying to attack the objective. And yeah, as you can see here, they were all just trying to push and funnel in from different spots around the map, but they completely failed because they weren't necessarily playing together, and giving each other intel. It did seem like a communication error on their part, but nonetheless, it was a round 1 for Creds for Skins, putting us now to a 5-6 scoreline. Still match point, so like you said, backs against the wall situation, but they can let off the gas a little bit. They can let loose just a little bit, knowing that they were able to win off that round, and they still will be put in another defense round, so odds are that they will win this out statistically, but we still do have to watch out for Ozone Esports as a threat. They cannot be letting off too much because these guys still definitely are a very big threat to their win.
If I just want to look at the past rounds, so the blue team here, Creds for Skins, have to win 2 rounds in a row. They've won the first round, they're not trying to go for the second round. They have won 2 rounds in the past once, and they played CCTV first and then Bedroom. So going by historical data, they might have been better off defending the Bedroom. Nonetheless, that's not going to be the case, so let's see if they can reproduce their previous feat in a different setting, which would definitely seem likely. The basement area is generally considered a bit easier to attack, or to defend, sorry, than the bedroom area. Nonetheless, we'll have a couple of attackers droning here, making sure to know where these roamers are, and the answer is going to be pretty simple. Riddle here was by blue, but he will be running back down. making this. Let's just rotate through the defender's perspectives. A no roamer full anchor situation. I believe we do have Hibana's Excarios blowing up here, but this is by blue. There was no impact matrix possible here. Flashes will be going out really shortly, but the Jaeger gadgets will be preventing them from being too aggressive. The nade gets a bit of damage, but Rudy is still alive, and now he will know that Buck is in the area and that he's down at least one grenade.
For sure, but that drone intel coming in from Buck definitely able to spot out Jaeger even as he rotates back into Church. That's going to be more utility down for Buck with no kills, unfortunately, but Kaid falling prey to the hatch play coming off of Thermite into Modo. That's going to be the first kill of the round, and with a operator like Kaid going down, definitely going to be a lot of utility as well as manpower. Unfortunate. So bodies are definitely up on for Ozone Esports. So all they really have to do is just play off of refrags at this point, get the plant down in Church, and they do have a simple win in essence. But
That's
again, nothing is ever as easy as it seems, as these guys are getting a couple more kills, but still, nonetheless, it's going to be quite a hard win for this round with about a minute.
Oh, this is
No,
now looking very grim here. Xerox has to get the ace if he wants his team to remain in the match. He's not done. He still has a very heavy magazine. But as I say this, Ozone Esports gets the final kill. Vite winning the game for his team with a flawless round nonetheless for teams that were pretty even, that were looking at a really likely overtime situation. To have a flawless round being the last round is going to be out of the ordinary. And I'd like to talk about the effectiveness of that one Maestro camera that we saw right underneath the basement's camera. You'd
yeah, the
say,
default camera.
yeah, the default camera. You'd tell yourself, well, it has the same angle of vision than the default camera. You're not seeing anything new or anything more than what you already see, but think about it. Thermite was trying to plant a exothermic charge on that outside wall, and the classic way of blocking a Maestro's Evil Eye when you cannot destroy it is just to have somebody else stand in the way. Should he open it, he will get shot down. If he doesn't open it, the wall will be breached no matter what. But this time, Hibana could not simply stand in front of it, since she would have been standing in the middle of a very dangerous doorway, or corridor, sorry. This makes this Evil Eye placement one of the favorite Evil Eye placements I've learned recently. Watching the pros play is always interesting. You do see things that you don't see in ranked, and that you can then incorporate into your own playstyle. And that camera is definitely among those things. What do you think?
I definitely would have to agree with you on that one, especially because just the presence of it really slows down an attack and really can prevent the attackers from actually executing their plan. It of itself is a deterrence tool, and that just alone can give the defenders a lot of seconds that they normally wouldn't have. And for that, I would definitely have to say that it has unequivocal, absolutely unequivocal use and utility.
So thank you for this. And on that note, that will be it for us tonight. So this was the quarterfinal. Ozone Esport taking the win. They'll be moving to semifinal, but I believe this match will be postponed. And what do I have to say other than thank you all for being here. We will see if it is possible to cast some more matches tomorrow of the matches that are being postponed, because I am not starting another match past midnight. So for the end screen, I will leave the replays from all of the previous games that we've had so far, except for the very first ones that we've had, because these were audio balancing tests that I've made off stream or before the stream starts. But nonetheless, thank you all for being here, and a big GG to our players. They deserve it. These are not the best. They're not Pro League or anything, but they are very good, way above the average player. In this case, me, and I cannot imagine myself playing against them. I would be absolutely destroyed. Which is the joy of being a caster. You can enjoy high level gameplay without being the victim of it.
For sure.
So yeah, I will just be preparing this replay, and I will be saying, give me half a second because it will be taking a bit of time, but once that is all said and done, how is this oriented? Oh, other way around, okay. Up until there, these can be deleted, and then we can select all of these replays, add them to the playlist, and thank you all for being here. See you next time. We'll try to cast tomorrow, if not next week. We can cast just about any game, so they're all the same to us. We can't cast our close friends or anything because we have to remain neutral and unbiased, and since we're casting near strangers, we can cast just about any match. So if you guys want me to cast your match next week, just hit me up in the DMs, either on Twitter, Discord, whatever. They're all linked below in the cards. Thank you all for being here, and see you guys next time.